You know what time it is. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Welcome back to another episode of The Infinity Show. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Happy Wednesday. Happy Powell Day. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. It is Powell Day. Powell is warming up. He's doing his push-ups, running some sprints. He's getting ready for 2:30 Eastern time for his speech, man. It's going to be interesting. We'll see. They're saying that there's no rate cut, but who knows, man? They could change their minds last minute. We'll see what happens. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Caught some good gains this morning, but it was a little choppy. I was back and forth a little bit. Trades were subpar, but I was still able to squeeze some gains out. But yeah, we were like a little bit off of the VWAP, so it looked like things wanted to dump in the morning, but yesterday's close held the line. So, and then we got Basent is speaking. He dropped some news about China, and then we just fell. We fell. We fell from the map. As soon as that news dropped, I was following it. I was just watching the news around. What time was that? Like 10:30. Let me see. It was around 10:30. Yeah, 10:30, 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10:30. 10:30. Basent was saying that the talks with China are just they're preliminary. They're like the beginning stages. It's not anything advanced. As soon as that news dropped, we just started seeing selling action going on. But yeah, very interesting. I think is he still speaking? Whoa, what just happened to Google? Alphabet Google falls over 5% as Apple explores AI search in its browser. Huh. Interesting. Wow, we're headed back to the lows. This is crazy. Wild price action right now. Back and forth. But yeah, good gains on the PAs. We're getting closer to payout bit by bit. Mixed it up today, did micros and minis. Yeah, if I just would have waited for the pullback to VWAP, that would have been all I needed. Instead, I kind of like fought the price action between 9:45 and 10:30. I was playing the price action back to VWAP, and I got the moves I wanted. But as soon as we got the VWAP reversal at its finest. Bulls were trying to press above, but they couldn't get above and hold. ES was trying to hold, couldn't do it. NQ was like just below it, and when ES turned around, NQ turned around. And we're looking for fresh day lows right now. This is insane. Crazy price action. Crazy price action. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. All right, let's see what happens. I know we have. Okay, good. So yeah, we have Powell coming in hot. CPI is next week, ladies and gentlemen. So the volatility is crazy. Wow, NQ fresh day lows. Wow. NQ's monthly chart has monthly candle has flipped red for May. We flipped red during that flush. What was the open? Let me get to the open for May on NQ. Let's look it up right now. Why is it doing? What is it? What's happening over here? What is happening? All right, there we go. So 19,411, I believe. Let me see. What was the open? Is that the right one? So for May the open was 19,834, and we're right below that. Wow. And then for ES, I believe it's 5607, I believe. So ES isn't quite there, but they're looking to flip their candle as well on the monthly. And if you look at the NQ's chart on the daily, we're rejecting off of the 200 SMA. Uh-oh, here comes YouTube. YouTube is back with their messages. Oh man, here we go. We were fine last week. I don't know what's happening right now. We were fine. All right, let's see. Yeah, we were definitely fine. We didn't have any issues last week. Same settings, everything. And all of a sudden, this week we're having issues. All right, let's see. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. If you are new here, welcome to the Infinity Show. If you are returning, welcome back. Hope everyone's doing well. We're halfway through the week. The year is flying. That's the best way to put it. The year is flying. There's no other way to put it. How is it? It's May already. Whew. Gotta keep going. So yeah, today just worked on two funded accounts. Copy traded them. So we'll see. I gotta go back and look at how those trades went. The trades, they were all right. I still felt like I was forcing a little bit in the morning. I was forcing it with the volatility, and a couple times I think I played with the wrong size. So I have to like, especially in the morning right after the open, I have to gauge my size and make sure I don't oversize. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Man, did we? Yeah, we definitely cracked fresh day lows. Oh, they're doing it again. Let's see if they can hold. I'm on my practice account on Topstep, sniping back and forth. Let me see if I can find what was I looking for? I was looking for let's go to the site. Wow. Bulls held the line down at the lows. We got a fresh 1 hour candle coming in hot. ES is above yesterday's close. NQ is just below. So if ES can keep going, NQ can reclaim yesterday's close, and that will be good for the Bulls at the moment. At the moment. We'll see what happens after that, though. We have Powell coming in hot. So we'll see how that volatility shakes around. That's 2 hours away. All right, let's see. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. All right, man, let's see. It's man. All right, let's see what happens. The markets are waiting on Powell, so we're gonna see. It might be quiet from here, especially it's lunchtime too. Fresh 1 hour candle coming in hot. ES is pushing back up into a big FEG and a 50% retracement of yesterday's range. This looks like reversal. We'll see how the 1 hour opens up. We will see. Let's see. Can I put that down here? Let's see what happens. Free chat and Discord. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're new here, say something. How long have you been trading? What do you trade? Tap in. Let's see if this link loads up. It may or may not. It didn't do it. So what I have to do is actually, I guess, go to the site. Copy and paste. Move. So I actually have to use this, I guess. Let's see if it loads up. Yeah, that looks a lot better. With the actual link. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We'll see if they can curl things back up, but we're pushing into a huge FEG, so yeah, this is a bull trap. If we don't get above VWAP, then this is a bull trap. This is a bull trap. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Man, I was watching Nutty Bar yesterday, and he splits his 20 into 4 groups. I think I'm gonna split my 20 into 4 or 5 groups. I might do groups of 4 instead of 5. He does 5. So I'm trying to get back to 20 accounts. So right now, On Apex, I have a couple loaded up right now, and then 12 on the side that I need to activate. I should be able to get activate. I'm activating them in waves, not doing it all at the same time. So it's going to be staggered in terms of the days traded. So the idea is to get rolling payouts. That's the idea. So we'll see. Instead of trading everything at the same time, I can like divvy it up. Like maybe trade 3 groups in one day. If it's not going well, I'll just leave it alone and just um, stagger the trades. Put it that way. So we'll see. This is the first time I'm going to be the first time in a long time that I'm going to be like trading multiple PAs at the same time. I did that early, like when I first started trading futures early last year, and I was like, oh, I don't like this, because I'll blow 5, 6, 7 at the same time, and I'm like, no. But now that I'm getting the hang of things, and I've kind of shrunk my size and slightly adjusted my stop loss, the consistency is there. So the more you trust your system, the more you can gradually size up. Yeah, this feels like a trap. I'm looking at it on the 5 minute. We got a big FEG in this area. Let me get rid of these. Let's just redraw everything. Let's redraw. Anything in this is 1. That's a 5 minute, right? Where did we go? Let's see. But yeah, so what did we say? The 19836 is the monthly open for MQ. So if we fall below that, the monthly candle flips red. For ES, the open for April or May is I'm talking about May. For this month is 56.0. Let me go double check. 56.08, I believe. It's roughly 5,600. Oh no, it's 17. Is it? Yeah, 56.17. We're not that far. We're like right there. So if she gets back to day lows and cracks, that means ES and the monthly candle for ES and NQ will flip red. And that is not good because Powell is coming in hot. We don't know where the price action is going to go. He could implode things even further. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. All right, let's see if we can redraw some things. Anything interesting? Yesterday we had the trend lines. Today we kind of have the trend lines, same type of situation. All right, let's see. Let's go 1 hour. Anything 1 hour? What's available? Oh wow, there's one here. A little mini. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Let's see if there's anything hiding. Yep, it's the same one from yesterday. So we'll see what happens. There's one over here too. There's a couple. One, and then there's one hiding over here. Whenever you get multiple gaps over on top of each other, the stronger the level can be. That's pretty good. Oh, we want that. So we will see. Bulls are pushing. Fresh 1 hour candle. We'll see if this can push up. So on the 5 and the 15, we got a big gaps, but nothing necessarily on the 1 hour. We'll see how things move. So that's 1 hour. And then we got this big guy. The news. What was that? The news. The news. Oh man. I think that overlaps with that as well. Wow. Okay. Let's draw it. This one I have to draw the fibs because it's huge. It's huge. All right. Hmm. 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 Fib Live. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Just drawing out some FEGs. We'll see how the price action rocks. Everybody's waiting for Powell. It is lunchtime. It is algo hour, ladies and gentlemen. Leave lunchtime alone. Leave lunchtime alone, man. Lunchtime is frustrating. Lunchtime can be frustrating. Let's see what's over here. Ooh, there's some guys hiding over here. Let me see. Yeah, there's something right there. So that's from, what was that? Was that last week? Yeah. We remember that that candle out of the blue. Guys, set your stops, yo. I almost got caught. I did get caught in a news. I don't know what it was. It was just volatility out of nowhere. But I had my stop on, and it immediately um, stopped me out. I don't know what it was. It was like at like 11, no, like 9:40, 9:45. No news or anything. Just a jab to the downside. They were trying to break pre-market lows, but bulls held the line. Save. All right. Let's go back to the 5. Did I draw it out? Let's see. New window, view settings, full size. All right. Let's zoom back in. Oh yeah, I gotta draw that midpoint. So we'll see what happens. So we're grinding out of these levels. This is a 4 hour. Interesting. Yeah, we got a headache up here. Look at that. 4 hour, 19,900. Whole big headache up here. We'll see what happens. Might play the reversal back down. We'll see. And what is this? That's a 5, right? Overlap action. So we'll see. I know it looks like a lot of colors, but each color means something. Purple, purple is 4 hour FVG. Teal, the aqua is like, that's 1 hour FVG. Those are the most important. Then I have the 15 and the 5. 15 is brown. 15-minute FVG is brown. 5-minute FVG is yellow. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna have sideways action. It is lunchtime. You know how the price action is during lunch. It can get choppy. I've blown up so many accounts messing with lunchtime. I just don't trade it. Yeah, I leave it alone. Even if we get a move, I'll play the move into the afternoon if I haven't finished trading. Usually I'm done trading in the first, man, ideally first 30 minutes. First 30 minutes to an hour, I'm done. But looking over my trades over the last quarter, I definitely have been over trading. And I think maybe because I'm on stream and I'm watching the charts, usually like last year, I was done with the charts in the first hour. Then I didn't really look at them until maybe the evening when I was doing my chart research, doing my charting for the next day. So yeah, I have to be aware of it. Gotta be aware of it. I have to be cognizant of how much I'm trading. And I have to make sure I don't just trade just to trade. When I'm on here with you guys, I have to be aware of that. I'll see a setup and I'm like, oh, I gotta take it. Nope, I don't have to take it, especially if I'm in the green. I just gotta keep it green and move on. Payouts require progress. So this one is within 1,000 of the safety net threshold. So we'll see. I have 5 more days with this account, and then 2 more days of $50 or above. So we'll see how things go. So this one's at 51.7, and then the other one is at 51.2. So that one has like 1,400 left. This one has, is it 14? Yeah, a little bit over 1,000. And then this one is like 900-ish, 850-ish left until payout. So what I have to do is not go crazy. I had one locked in at payout. Julian Gonzalez will tell you if he's in the chat. Had it at payout, and somehow, I think it might have been a lunchtime tilt. Somehow, I messed it up. This was a couple weeks ago. I think some of the news candles had something to do with that. But yeah, essentially I was trading at times I was not supposed to be trading, and messed up the payout. Shout out to John John. John John says marketing, with aiming, patience to wait to be triggered. No chase. Patience is a virtue. You definitely need patience in this trading game. If you force it, the market will humble you. The market will humble you over and over and again until you until you learn the lesson. John John says 4-hour structure is bearish on ES. Yeah, it's been bearish since last night, man. They flipped it. London session flat, chop, not that much action, and then we fell off hard 2 hours before the open. It got bad. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let us know. Let me know what you're trading. Let us know what you trade and how long you've been trading. Did you get any good plays today? Talk to me. 4 hour structure is John says 4 hour structure is bearish on ES while sitting under daily supply, waiting to see if it exceeds the low of 56.05, going flat for FOMC. Indeed. Is NQ back red? Let's see. 27 is 30. Let's go back. Here we go. Didn't we say this was a trap? Look, it looked real trappy. And we are flipping. We'll see. We'll see if the bulls can hold. It looked real trappy. Because just overall, NQ was battling yesterday's close right around that 19,850 mark. And we have a fib at 52, so bulls ran right into that wall and we're turning back around. Do we get continuation? Only time will tell. Let me see. Yeah, 834, 19,834. We're below that. ES gets below what's let's double check. Yeah, it's back and forth action. Powell's coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen. 132, 30. We're like almost 2 hours away. All of a sudden. What's the low? 56.17. If ES gets below 56.17, candle flips red. So yeah, I think they're gonna curl things down. We'll see. Elite Trader says we do not predict, we react. We do not predict, we react. Wow, Google's falling off. Apple is saying they're exploring their own search engine. Google is falling off hard, down like almost 10%. 8.4%. What is happening? Are they really going to do that? So what would they use? I gotta look that up. What is happening? Good old lunchtime chop. Bulls are trying to hold 50% retracement of yesterday's range right now on ES 56.39. That's the middle. She wants to retest VWAP. We'll see what happens. That's exactly where we turned around last time. So we'll see. Golden zone battle right now. We'll see where things go. Powell is coming in hot. Mr. Powell. Yeah, I am not touching these. I'm not touching these accounts. I am not touching these. So yeah, one is on at 52.7, one is at 52. No, one is at 51.7, one is at 51.264. 745, 749. So yeah, we're getting there. Got a bunch of evals to. Wow, look at the drop. Trap action. Trap, 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 trap. The bear trap is elite, undefeated. The bear trap is undefeated. So yeah, let's see what we can get. This will be day 3 for this one, right? Day 3. So I got 5 more days to lock in for some payout. We got to get the payout train going, man. It's been a rough first quarter. Got a couple payouts, but not what I was expecting. If you go look at my payouts from October, November, December, they do not match January, February, March. October, November, December, almost 5 figures a month. And then January, went on vacation and dug up all my bad habits. I was trading on the beach. It was bad. Copy trading like 10 150K accounts. I was having too much fun. Wow, big reversal. Not a game. Reversal, reversal, reversal. The levels matter, man. The levels definitely matter. The way my chart looks compared to when I first started trading, night and day. Night and day. And yes, I know my chart looks like a Christmas tree, but hey, it works for me. It works for me, buddy. All right? My eyes have adjusted. I'm just used to it at this point. I am used to it. And it's not bad. Once you zoom in, once I'm scalping, I just need to know where the levels are relative to my target. So on a bigger scale, I draw the levels out, and then once I'm in, I have the coordinates. I have the correct map for where I want to get out, and my confluences. So yeah, good times, man. Let's see what happens. So 745 on both accounts today. Played the open. It was a little bit whippy. Almost got chopped up, but almost got chopped up again. Yesterday almost got chopped up, but I held the line. I went a little too aggressive though. Like yesterday, that was warranted. Like I knew I was going to go a little bit heavier because we had major levels. We had the previous day low. We had cracked outside day. So I knew there was going to be some movement. Today, I shouldn't have gone as heavy as I did. When we go inside day, especially on a big news day like FOMC, I need to shrink my size and be okay with it. So yeah, we're rocking and we're rolling, guys. Hit the like button, guys. It's free of charge. It's free of charge. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Hope you guys are doing well. I appreciate the support. Let's keep on going. Got my lime water. Gonna keep on going. It's lunchtime. Lunchtime chop. The algos are playing right now. Let them play. Stay out of the way. Let them play. Stay out of the way. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. All right, let's see what happens. Are we forming a little trend line action? Let's see. Yesterday the trend line was trending. Let's go back. Look at this. It was perfect. Trend line, upper trend line, lower trend line, tap, 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 tap. Tried to go out. Tried to get out of there, and then MOC pulled us back down. Then we had after news after hours. I thought we were going to open up above 20K today, and the Bears had a different idea. They grinded us down all night. London session, choppy, choppy, choppy. And then an hour and a half before the New York Open, we got flush. Insane. We cracked this low, right? This might have been a little trend line. During London. Look at that. London Bridge is falling down. Look at that crap. Wow. Right at 8 a.m. Fresh hourly candle to the downside. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Dang it. Yeah, this is London session up here, right? Then we got that crack at 8 a.m. Eastern time. That was clean. Look at that. That was clean. They were trying to hold that 1 hour FEG. We cracked through. Busted through that trend line. I'm going to keep that there. And then, yeah, I really thought we were going to open above 20K. But the Bears had a different agenda. These are the trend lines from yesterday. Upper trend line, lower trend line, overnight, tap, tap. It was like ping pong. Tap, 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 tap. Then we had that China news, fake out, breakout, right back in between the trend lines. We tried to push up into the close yesterday. MOC came in hot, really hot. Then we opened up with more China news, and the Bears grinded us down all the way until London session. We had a little choppy. And then fresh 8 a.m. candle, drop zone. Drop zone. How big was this candle? Open was 986. The low was 928. Big drop to open the hour. 8 a.m. and then we just chopped down until New York Open. Pushed back up to VWAP. Lined up right with that 1 hour FEG midpoint. Flush. I think Basent started talking. He said the what did they say? The talks with China are going to be the beginning stages. They're not going to be advanced. And as soon as that came across the wire, selling pressure came in hot. Everything lined up right there, and we just turned around. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're new here, welcome to the Infinity Show. Woo! If you're new here, welcome to the Infinity Show. If you are returning, welcome back. We're waiting on Powell, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting on the Powell man. All right, so we'll see. We'll see how things go. It's 12:30. 30 minutes until the fresh 1 hour candle coming in hot. right, let me decrease this guy. SPY, man, yeah, everything isn't looking too good. We are to the downside. 5 minutes weak, 15-minute weak, 1 hour is weak, 4 hours weak. Across the board, the bears are eating. Ooh, we have April's high as well on QQQ. This could be an interesting level. We're already inside month for ES and NQ. SPY is inside month 2, I believe. QQQ is the only one that's not inside month. When I say inside month, I'm talking about inside the range of the previous month. Yep, NQ is definitely inside month. The high for April was 20,044. Call it 20,000. Let me see if I can find ES's. Yeah. Where is it at? What's the high for? Wow, it's way up at 57.73. That's April high for ES. We're not even close. We're nowhere near that. Wow. We are nowhere near that. But yeah. All right, so let's see. Lunchtime chop. Lunchtime chop. Yeah, looks like they're just going to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until Powell. We got 2 hours until Powell hits the podium. So we'll see if we get a reaction, some type of reaction. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what happens down at these levels. Where are we at? Are we at 800? Yeah, 800. Also, round number support. We'll see what happens. But slowly but surely, these bears are grinding down. We'll see if the bulls can hold the line. FOMC coming in hot. We have CPI next week. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. FOMC today. CPI, I believe, is Tuesday. Next week, Tuesday. I have it in the Discord. I gotta look up the. Let me see. Where are pinned comments? Yes, pinned messages. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Oh yeah, what else do we have? Let's see. We got CPI coming in hot on May 13th. Yep, we're right there. That's Tuesday, right? Yep. Then we have, what else? May, June. So we got FOMC. If they don't cut this month, will they cut next month? We got FOMC on the 18th of June. Then the next non-farm is June 6th. 3 weeks away, 3.5, 4 weeks away. Golly. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. 4 weeks until non-farm. So after CPI, we'll see how the price action moves. We'll see if we pick a direction. Could Powell send us back to the upside? We're about to see. Get your popcorn ready. All right. Yeah, we'll see how things go right here. You can just draw a little mini trend line right here. Watch for a break. We'll see if we get a break. Dum, 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 dum. We have Powell, then we have MOC. Jeez. It's going to be a volatile afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be volatile. All right, let's see. I need not touch this. I'm not messing with it. I'm not messing with it. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're new here, welcome to the Infinity Show. If you are returning, welcome back. We're watching the price action right now. It's chop mode. It is lunchtime. Avoid lunchtime. This is when the algos have a party. All right, let's see. Let me. Yep. So Tuesday CPI coming in hot. Might use that to. I might play that to pass some evals. I might even play FOMC to pass some evals. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. What's going on? Welcome to the Infinity Show. It varies. I use like 2 to 5 if I'm using micros. Yeah, 2 to 5, depending on the level. If it's like a out day high, day low, I'll do 5. I'll either do 5 or 1 mini. What is happening with the stream? If I start glitching, let me know. YouTube is sending a bunch of messages right now. It wasn't doing this last week. That's why I'm confused. We weren't having any issues last week, and all of a sudden, the settings are the same. I haven't touched anything. But yeah, 1 to 5. I would say 2 to 5, 2 to 5. If I need like a bunch of space, I'll use like 1 micro if I just want to test the level and then add to it. What about you, Hoodie Matt? What do you trade, and how long have you been trading? I've been trading since 2016. Almost a decade in this thing, man. That's insane. Like I was saying yesterday, I've been at the trading amusement park for a long time, and I've been on all the rides. I've been on all the rides. Six Flags, what should we call it? Bulls are trying to push, but there's a headache up above, so we'll see how far they can press up. Previous support could turn to resistance. All that orange, those are a bunch of FEGs. We'll see how far they press up. ES is trying to get back to VWAP, the same place where we fell earlier. We'll see if they can get above. If ES is able to get back above VWAP, NQ will follow. And and we'll get a push. We do have a fresh 1 hour candle coming in hot in 20 minutes. And on Thinkorswim, we have a 4 hour candle coming. So we'll see what happens. That candle is going to flip the EMAs too. Ooh. Unless the bulls do something extraordinary in the next 20 minutes. Oh, we might get, hold on. Are the bulls trying to push up? Let's see. ES is back to VWAP. They got to make a decision. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. Shout out to Hoodie Mac 214. Hoodie Mac says, definitely going to be watching you. I like how you break everything down. I appreciate it, man. Look, man, I've been in the game long time. Long time. So, yeah. Based on my strategy, I've, been there, done that. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. Hoodie Mac says NQ in maybe a year. Nice. I've been trading futures about a year. I started with shares. I was trading penny stocks. That was like back in 2016. Did that for a couple years, then shifted to options during pandemic. And I was like, ooh, I like this. We've got some leverage going on. And did that for a couple years, and then I still do shares and options in the background, but I do long term. So if I'm doing options, I'm a year out. Like I have NVIDIA calls for 2026. So in terms of day trading, I only do it here and there. I started futures Q1 2024. Started doing the research Q4 2023. And I was like, ooh, clean price action, no theta, no implied volatility. I was like, okay, clean. When I started trading NQ, I was like, oh, I have arrived. I've been waiting for you, NQ. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. Trader Goated is in the building. When is the Fed talking? Fed is talking at 2:30 Eastern time. Hoodie Mac says, I think I'm over leveraging past combines and lose the funded account. You know, the number one piece of advice I can give you is to shrink your size. Because I used to do that. I used to over leverage for the fundeds. I'll pass the eval, but then once you get to the funded land, you have to be strategic. Take your time, build it up. And then once you get above that safety net, then you can start leveraging up. That's when I'll do like 2 minis. But I have to be in the cushion. Once you get to the cushion, then you can leverage up. But if you're blowing accounts on the funded level, take your time, shrink your size, cut your size in half. Cut your size in half and like gradually build it up. Work your strategy. Backtest your strategy. Make sure your strategy is working. Backtest it at least over a quarter. Make sure you're more green than red, and then once you know your strategy is clipping at a high rate, then you can start sizing up. But even if your strategy is clipping at a high rate, I would suggest not leveraging up until you get into the cushion. So like for a 50K on Apex, the cushion begins at 52,600. Once you get above that, give yourself once you get into the cushion, then you can have a lot more fun. You can move around. But when you have a 50K, you have to understand that that is a $2,500 account. That is not a $50,000 account. So you have to take the drawdown and reverse engineer it. It is a trailing drawdown too as well. So you have to be aware of that. If you are, so on Apex, right? When I'm in a play, and I'm into the green, I'm moving my stop up to break even as soon as I can. I want to make it a free play as soon as I can. And the further we get into profit, I'm stalking the profit up or down like by like five to 10 points. So if she's taking off, I'm stalking it as it goes up or down, so that if we whip back down and I get stopped out, it doesn't affect my drawdown. Because if you just let the plays sit around, let your profit go into 1,000. Let's say you go up 1,000 on a play, and let that come back down to break even. It looks like a break even play, but you lost 1,000 on your drawdown. And the drawdown is important if you want to maintain the account. Because once you blow the drawdown, that's it. That's a wrap. So I would say on Apex, stock your profit. You can always get back in. On Topstep, I play a little looser because the drawdown is end of day. When it's a trailing drawdown, stock the profit, man. Stock it around. If you get a good push, follow it up. If you get a good push to the upside or to the downside, follow it. If you look at my the stream from yesterday, you'll see, like, was it around MOC? Yeah, I played MOC yesterday. Go watch how I was stocking it down. So as we dropped, I was moving my stop down to make sure I captured the majority of the profit. And I think it even dropped harder, and I just went to exit all. But yeah, if you look at the stream yesterday, yeah. Shout out to Hoodie Mac in the building. Shout out to Trader Goated. Yeah, definitely shrink your size. That's when you're having issues blowing up accounts, that's been a big help for me. You can't use the same mentality you had trading the eval. You can't use that same mentality when you're trading the funded account. The eval, you could do whatever. You could 10 contracts, 2K gain, 3K gain. You can do that. Oh, we're getting a nice push. Fresh 1 hour candle coming in 10 minutes. This still feels like a trap. They're letting the bulls get all the way up to VWAP. And I think they might pull the rug. We'll see. We are back to 50% retracements from yesterday on ES and NQ. Monthly candles are back green. We'll see if they can sustain. The midpoint of yesterday's range for NQ is 19,887. The midpoint of ES's range from yesterday is 5639. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Mr. Powell is coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming in hot. He's about to walk to that podium in a couple of hours. Grab your popcorn if you haven't already. Shout out to Mr. Sam. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Sam. Sam says, how's everyone doing? FOMC vibration on the way. Yes, sir. FOMC vibration. I like that. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. Hoodie Mac, how long have you been trading? Oh, yeah, you said NQ in maybe a year. Are you trading Apex or Topstep? Shout out to Hoodie Mac. Hoodie Mac 214. Yeah, for anyone out there that's having trouble, you're getting to funded accounts and blowing it, shrink your size. And whatever prop firm you're trading, make sure you know the rules in and out. That's the first thing I do. If I'm trading a new prop, I go into the rules, understand the rules, and reverse engineer from that. For Apex, you can't lose a third of your drawdown. You can't go into drawdown 30% of the drawdown, if that makes sense. So if you have a 50K and you're in a play, you can't let it drop below 700 because they want you to protect the account and give yourself more chances. Because before that rule, people were full porting. So they would full port and risk the entire drawdown. They would do that to get into cushion and then trade like they normally trade. And once they get into cushion, yeah, Apex was going through it, man. They were going through it. It was a bunch of bots and AI trading. It was a bunch of, they were going through it. People were gaming the system. So I get it. I get it. So they switched up the rules. Now you got to keep the safety net in for like 5 payouts. It's 5 payouts or 6 payouts. So yeah. So I have two today. Traded two funded accounts today. 745 on the day. I was on up like 500 yesterday in stocks. Now today got some good moves in the morning. Kind of over leveraged. Not the best trades, but ended up on the green side of things. Right at the open, we had like whippy action. But yeah, still was able to squeeze out some gains. So we're up 7 and I'm leaving it alone. So I got a couple funded accounts that are moving right now, and I have 12 on the side that need to be activated. So right now, I'm activating them in waves. I have a buddy that's in the Discord, and he's like, he has 20. Oh, and Nutty Bar does this as well. So he has 20. He's like split them up, and like his payouts are like rolling. So the days are all different. So within a week, you'll have like 2, 3 payouts. And I think Nutty Bar splits up his accounts into 4 groups. I think once I get to 20, I'm gonna split my groups. I'm gonna split it into 5 groups. So 5 groups of 4. That's the goal. So we're gonna see. Last year, I was trading one account at a time. One account at a time, one mini. That's how I was rocking and rolling. But this year, just looking over my trades, I was like, I need to figure out a way to like really hold on to these accounts longer. So in order to do that, I'm going to have to shrink my size. And another thing I did was extend my stop loss by like 5 points. So I risked like 15 points. Last year was 10 points. So just imagine. My entry had to be super precise last year. Super precise. If we were at VWAP, my order was right above VWAP if we were going back to the downside. If I was playing it to the downside, I would have to be like super sharp. And if the price action left me, I would just be like, all right, screw it. I'll wait for the next pullback. Dow fresh day highs. Is Dow gonna take us to the moon? Dow was looking to crack yesterday's highs. I did not even see that. Dow looks good. Dow is like a sleeper. When she starts moving out of the blue and ES and NQ are like chopping around, that could be an indicator for a push to the upside. Dow is moving to the upside. Fresh day highs. If you're trading ES and NQ, please watch SPY, QQQ, and DIA, Dow. Watch them. And then mark those charts up as well. Because when one moves, the other one moves as well. And one can give you a hint about another one moving, if that makes sense. ES and SPY is where all the volume is, right? So NQ's chopping around and I see ES start taking off, I'm looking for longs off of good support. And then you'll see it match. I'm like, whoa. They play off of each other, so it is important to watch everything. If you're just watching one chart, you kind of have your blinders on. You have to see what everybody else is doing. Shout out to Mr. Sam. Sam on the check-in. Mr. Sam on the check-in. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. Hoodie Mac said he does both. Nice. Yeah, I trade both too. My top five, my top five guys are Apex, Topstep. Those are the top two because they've paid me the most. Then I would say number three right now is Take Profit Trader. Take Profit Trader is cooking. The daily payouts are nice. Then you got, I gotta put Bill Knox in there because I got some funded accounts over there, and then Tradeify. Number six would probably be my funded futures. But yeah, Apex, Topstep, those are my top two. I understand their rules all the way through, so yeah, those are the top two. So the way I do it, since Apex, I started with Apex. I traded Apex exclusively, like for most of the year. But then once they started changing the rules and people were getting denied, everybody was like, yo, you gotta diversify. You gotta diversify. So don't just trade one prop, split it up. Remember Fast Track was there. Who else? Everybody had a prop firm last year. That Fast Track thing is wild. So yeah. So the goal is to load Apex back up to 20 accounts, and then I'll just let that overflow into Topstep, Buell Knock, Take Profit Trader, and Tradeify, so that I have a bunch of funded accounts rocking and rolling at the same time. If your edge works with one prop firm, it might work with another. So you can go try your hand somewhere else as well. The more, the merrier. That is 100% facts. Like the more funded accounts, the merrier. It helps me out because I'm not so hyper focused on one P&L, one account. When I have 20, I can move around. And if I'm going through the accounts and I'm not having a great trading day, I'll just stop. I'll be like, all right, I'm not seeing something correctly. I won't force it. Last year, I'll be one and done with accounts. I'll be like, I'll attack I'll attack the first hour with minis, one account. If I took a loss, leave it alone. Move on to the next. If I took another loss, leave it. If I took another loss on the next account, I'll leave it alone. Move on to the next. I wouldn't like go back and try to make that loss back. I'll be like, look, we're just going to take the L for today on that account and move on to the next account. That's why I say the more, the merrier, because you can just move on from an account and not think about it. You can move on to the rest of your funded accounts. Dow is breaking yesterday's high. That's huge. QQQ QQQ and SPY have they're back into pre-market range. So we're about to see, man. Bulls are coming up. Bulls are rising nicely. We'll see what happens. ES is back above its VWAP. NQ is approaching its VWAP. We'll see what happens. If they're able to get back above their VWAP, the Bulls are back in action all of a sudden. Because ES will pull NQ up. But NQ's charts don't look that great. The The 4 hour and the 1 hour are still below water. ES's 1 hour and 4 hour they're looking to reclaim to the upside. NQ still has work to do. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's free of charge. I promise. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Julian Gonzalez. Julian, we were just talking about you. I was talking about how I was I was talking about when I had my the account that was at Payout and I blew it. I was talking about you earlier. Shout out to Julian Gonzalez in the building. Shout out to Bozy. Bozy says, "Do you trade the market openings? I see that you get in super." Yeah, I trade the open, like the reaction off of the open. If we're at a key level, day high, day low, I'm definitely gonna test my hand. But if we're inside day, just at random levels, I will test it, but with small size. That's my type of volatility. I like that volatility, especially off like major levels, VWAP. If we open right at the VWAP and we have bearish sentiment, I'm to the downside. If we're at a whole round number and we got a bunch of levels right there to the upside or to the downside, I'm in. Tight stop, 15 points. So if I get stopped out, it's cool. I'll just jump back in once I see a level holding. Shout out to Bozy in the chat. Shout out to Julian Gonzalez in the chat. Julian Gonzalez says, I was up 1. Julie says, I was up 1.5K on my PA, and today oh no, I messed up on my rule and traded during New York session. Now I'm down 1.6. No, leave it alone. Leave it alone, Julian. Leave it alone. You can grind back. Grind back. Yeah, leave it alone. Let it. You can grow that back, man. But you're just gonna have to shrink size. I've been there, done that, man. Up, and then the greed takes over. You want to get it up to 2K, and then, yeah, the market pulls the rug on you. It's all good, Julian Gonzalez. That is market tuition. At least it's not blown. I mean, you said you were up 1.5, and now you're down. You mean you're down? Meaning you lost the 1.5 and now you're down 1.6? Oh, you're saying you're down 1.6. I'm thinking you went up 1.5 and then you lost 1.6, so you're break even. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. Shout out to Patrick. What's going on? Shout out to Patrick. Hope you're doing well, man. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. 214. Julian Gonzalez. Yeah, Julian, look, the breaks help, man. The breaks help. I took a break before we loaded up these when I was just trading basically last week I was trading straight evals. I was just trying to pass as many as I could when they had the 90% sale. So yeah, I passed a good amount. Blew a couple of them, but passed a good amount. So now I got a couple activated and then 12 on the side that need to be activated. I'm gonna do maybe I'll activate like 3 today after the close, maybe during this session, we'll see. 3 today and then another 2 tomorrow. So I'm doing it in waves. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if that helps me out. I'm doing it an experiment. Shout out to Hoodie Mac. Hoodie Mac says, bro, that's what I struggle with. If I lose, I keep chasing trades and blow the account. Yeah, bro, I've been there, done that. You have to figure out a way or have something like in front of you to like help yourself, to help stop you from trading. Like once you have to have like a, for me I have like a daily loss limit. If I hit my own mental one. So if I hit it, I'm done for the day. Like for a 50K account, maybe like if I go down, I'm even tightening it now. Last year it was like 300-400. I'm done for the day on that account. Because if you keep going, the hole might get bigger. Sure, sometimes I've saved the account and brought it back, break even. That's happened, but once you go into the red, it's best to like leave it alone. Especially with a trailing drawdown on Apex, you want to leave it alone. Take that L for the day and move on. You have to trust the process. Keep telling yourself, trust the process. Do not rush the process. And there have been multiple times where I went down, I hit my daily loss limit, right? Let's say it's a Monday, and I'll come back on Tuesday, way better setups. I'll make that 400, I'll double that 400. So I'll make back what I lost yesterday and then some. So you have to think ahead. You got to have like a abundance mindset and understand that you don't have to be green. You don't have to be green that day if you find yourself in drawdown. It's okay. Take the small L's. Keep the losses manageable. Because if you overdo it, I've blown up many accounts doing that. I'll be up 200-300. I get greedy because I want to get like 600 or 700. I take an L, all of a sudden I'm break even. And somehow I keep going. By the time you know it, I've blown the account. I've been there, done that. Trust me. Have a limit for yourself on the day and just accept the L and understand that you can make that back tomorrow. You can make that back this week. Even if you lose, let's say you lose 400, right? On Monday, let's say you make 200 on Tuesday. All right, cool. I've made 200 back. Then on Wednesday, you make 400. You're back green. Having a hard stop for the account really helps. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Julian Gonzalez. Shout out to Hoodie Mac 214. Hope everyone's doing well, man. If you're new here, welcome to the Infinity Show. If you are returning, welcome back. All right, man. Shout out to Julian Gonzalez. Julian Gonzalez says, yeah, brother, I got 800 left before blown, so I'm just going to go for $200 days to get back half of the 1.6K loss. Yeah, grind it back, man. Grind it back. And in the meantime, you can also try to pass some more evals. The Apex 80% sale is back on. Yeah, grind it back. If it's a funded account, at this point, even when I go down, let's say I only have like 1,000 left in drawdown on a funded account, I'm doing my best to keep that funded account. Even if you make 100 a day, grind it back. Instead of just blowing it and starting all over, grind it back. Keep it. You've already paid the lifetime fee. I paid the lifetime fee. I don't do that monthly thing. Pay the lifetime fee and just hold it as long as you can. If it takes a month or two to grind it back, so be it. That's a payout in a month or two. You got to look at all the funded accounts as workers. They're part of the payout army. So you got to keep them alive as much as possible so they can fight for you and put money in your account. And I've done that before. I've had a funded account that was deep. It was about to be blown, and I just kept grinding it, kept grinding it, kept grinding it. And by the time you know it, I was back break even, and then I was able to push it up to payout. Keep it around as long as you can, man. I know some people that they just blow them because they don't want to look at the negative P&L. I'm like, yo, try to keep it as long as you can. I know some people that are just grinding their funded accounts. They're on like day 80, day 100. That's where I need to. That's what I'm trying to accomplish with this wave of funded accounts. So far I got 14 Apex that are ready to go. I got 3 Buell Knocks, and then once I get another payout, hopefully I can request next week. Then I'll start loading up Topstep. Topstep is fun. I like Topstep because they don't have that trailing drawdown, and the rules are simple. And the drawdown is end of day. You can't beat that. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Julian Gonzalez. Oh yeah, and like I was saying, Julian, sometimes the break does help. I took like 3-4 days, just traded evals, got my mind right, looked over what I did wrong on the previous plays, the week before and the week before that, and I realized I was just over trading. I was doing too much. I have to decrease the trades, decrease the size a bit, and execute when I need to execute. I'm most lethal outside day, outside week, outside month. Those levels, I love those levels. And I size in on those levels. Inside day, not so much. So if I'm not sharp when we have an inside day, then I have to decrease size and not trade as much. Because if you have inside day action, it's just back and forth, chop, chop, chop. That's not the best time to trade. Knowing when to trade with your edge and your strategy is very important. Try not to force it. I know it's tempting, man, but try not to force it. You will save yourself plenty of headaches. Like I said, I've been at the trading amusement park for almost a decade. I've been on all the rides. The payout ride, I've been on the account blow up ride, multiple account blow up ride. I've been on all the rides, man. So yeah, I've been on the funded account already at payout blow up ride. Man, I left a lot of money on the table last year. There were multiple accounts where I was already at payout, and the greed snuck in, and I blew them. That's the worst, man. We were talking about it the other day, and doing that on a Friday, oh my gosh. It's the worst. You got to think about those losses all weekend. Like, damn, what the heck was I thinking? Oh, and another thing, go look at, shout out to Bozy. Bozy said, trade less. I guarantee that you will make a lot. Yeah, you will make better trades, a lot of better trades. Shout out to Trader Goated. Live Record says, gotta say, man, your little talk really be getting me off the delusional land. Trust the process. Shout out to Live Records. Live Records said, got to say, man, your little talk really be getting me off the delusional land. Trust the process. It's true, man. Look, I've tried to force the payout. It does not work most of the time. You size in, you're trying to get the pay. You're so worried about the payout, right? Focus on the process. If you focus on the process and the performance, like Randy Howell says, the profits will come. Yo, is this supposed to rain? I gotta double check. Got some things out there. But yeah, focus on the process. The profits will come. If your process is all over the place, you're gonna blow funded account after funded account after funded account after funded account, and you will be one of the prop firm's best customers. They love those kind of customers. The ones that just cycle through evals, flying through evals, you get the funded account, blown on the first day. They love those kind of customers. And I say this all the time. Once you've paid for your eval and you've passed, cool. You paid the eval for you, right? Once you've passed the eval, then you got to activate it, right? Then you pay the activation fee, okay? So what have you paid for? You've already paid the prop. They've made their money from you. So at that point, that's when you have to buckle down so that you can pay yourself. And you getting paid totally depends on you. Once you've paid the eval fees and the activation fees, the prop has been paid. So once you get into funded land, you have to take it seriously. You can't trade the funded accounts the same way you trade the evals. It's not the same thing. Evals, I use big size because I'm just trying to get the eval passed, right? But once I get into funded land, this is when you got to get technical and focus on your edge and execute accordingly. Be precise. Don't force anything. Don't overtrade. Do your best not to be greedy. The market will humble you quickly if you think you're just about to come in here and force force your way to payout. Especially NQ. NQ will ruin your day in a heartbeat if you overdo it. We're getting a clean VWAP rejection. Look at that. Super clean. We'll see if the Bulls can try again. But that was clean, man. If you don't have VWAP on your charts, add it. Add it to your charts. That was probably the first indicator I put on my chart. VWAP. There were no gurus. When I first started trading in 2016, there were 0 gurus. None. I had to feel my way through the dark. I had to figure it out. There were no prop firms. If there were prop firms, you had to know somebody to get in there. There weren't prop firms like they have them now. But yeah, man, take your time, man. Once you get to funded land, drop your size. You can even drop your size and slowly build up. Go look at what Jade Cap did. Jade Cap just pulled 2.5 million in payouts from Apex. But guess how he did it? He figured out his edge. He got deep into the cushion and just rode the wave for a couple of months. And all of a sudden, he was copy trading all 22, all of his accounts too. I don't know if I'm ready to do that yet. I'm gonna break I'm gonna break up my 20 accounts into groups like Nutty Bar does. When I say I was trading everything individually, I was literally trading everything individually last year. I was like, man, because the thing is, the reason I did that is because I had PTSD. So I blew like 14 funded accounts. This is when the funded accounts were like 160 a piece to for for a lifetime. 14 funded accounts went up in smoke in 2 days. It might have been a Wednesday, Thursday type of situation or Thursday, Friday type of situation. It was toward the end of the week. I'll never forget it. And a couple of them were close to payout. And I think I was getting greedy. I was like, look, let's push all of these to pay out at the same time because I saw everybody pulling big payouts. I was like, man, I'm going for it. Ended up blowing, I believe, 8 the first day. I think, yeah, I just went on tilt and I was copy trading everything. And this was like maybe February of last year, March of last year. I'll never forget it. I was like, yo. So the first day, 8 blue. I think I went on tilt. And I was trading like the whole day trying to bring them back. Didn't work. Ended up blowing them. The next day came back and traded the 6. I don't know if I did the 6 first or the 8 and the 8 second the second day, or 8 the first day and then 6 the second. I think it was 6 the second. Then the next day came back, blew the 8 the previous day, came back the second day, copy traded the rest of the 6. I was up a little bit to start the day. I remember that. And then I just kept going. By the time you know it, the green turned to red. Got caught in some chop during lunchtime and then just got chopped up all afternoon until the accounts were gone. So yeah, after that, I kind of swore away copy trading. But now I think just since I've been, trading future for like a year now, I kind of have my process together. I have my edge down, so I'm more confident at trading multiple accounts. But it's not going to be 8 in the group. It's going to be like 4 in the group. Once I get all of them loaded up, four PAs per group, and just work my way through the day. Attack the open. But yeah, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's free of charge. Free of charge. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. I appreciate the support. Let's keep it going. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. If you want to, we're getting some pullback off that VWAP. Let's see if we go up there and retest. If you want to hop in the Discord, link is in the description. We got a free chat within the Discord. And please say something. If you say something, I'll bump you up for free. Bulls are going back up there to test that VWAP. We're also, ES is grinding up. They're doing well. NQ has a long way to go, but if ES keeps going, ES will pull NQ up. Powell, we have rate decision in 30 minutes. Wow, time is flying. Rate decision in almost 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Powell gets on the mic in roughly an hour. All of a sudden, it's Powell time. But yeah, trust the process. Do not rush the process. Trust the process. Do not rush the process. Trust the process. Do not rush the process. Work your process and the profits will come. Payouts require progress. Progress requires that you trust the process. It's a prerequisite. Payouts require progress. You can't get to any of these, with any of these props, you can't get to payout in one day unless it's like Take Profit Trader. With all the other props, it takes a couple of days. So understand that it will take some time, and And don't be hyper focused on one day where you're not seeing the market correctly. No trader is 100%. No trader is 100% with the gains. Everybody takes an L here and there. It's market tuition. You got to accept it and move on. The more you don't accept it, the more you fight it, the more you'll blow up accounts. Trust me, I've been there, done that. I'm like, I know where the direction's going. I know it. And you keep fighting it, until your account liquidates. And you get that email. Ooh, I'm seeing some double top action on SPY. Let's see what happens here. This is going to be interesting. I see if we turn around right here hard, this is the same place where we turned around in the morning on SPY. If she can't hold these levels, we're headed back down. But we'll see. We'll see if the bulls can hold. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me make sure none of these are. What's another ride I've been on at the trading amusement park? Leaving an order on overnight by mistake ride. I've been on that one. Woke up to a blown account, blown PA. I was sitting there like, I didn't cancel out. No good. I've been on that ride too. I've been on all the rides at the trading amusement park. All the rides. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's free of charge. Free of charge. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're new here, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to the Infinity Show, ladies and gentlemen. We're just watching NQ, waiting on Powell. Powell's coming in hot. Rate decision in 30 minutes. Hold on to your boots. It's going down. Shout out to Bozy. Bozy said, if you mentally limit yourself from trades, your trades will become so much better. That's a fact. You literally have to go into robot mode. Leave the emotion out of it. Leave the emotion out of it as much as you can. Go look up Randy Howell. He'll talk to you about your psychology. Your the way you should think within trades. Randy Howell. It's Rande, and then last name is Howell, Howell. Look him up on YouTube. I've been watching them all week. I'm like, dang, you're right. The survival brain versus the alpha brain. We literally have a brain that was built for fighting saber-toothed tigers. So that part of the brain jumps into action whenever you're taking a loss. But instead of just treating it as a small loss on a trading account, we treat it like we're being attacked by a saber-toothed tiger and we're trying to defend ourselves. So we go into revenge trade mode. And the emotional brain, we go into fight or flight. So all logic goes out the window. How many of us here are logical humans, but when it comes to trading, we struggle. And we're like, look, I'm not taking a loss. I want to take a win. I want to win today. But you can't do that with the market. He said that the trading is the worst nightmare for the brain that we have. We literally have to unwire, rewire in order to win at this game. Our brain wasn't created for trading. Our brain was not created for trading, and the emotions don't go away. So you have to, he says you have to master them. They're there by default. You can't get rid of them. You can just master them and learn how to manipulate them and guide them to work in your favor rather than against you. Randy Howell, look him up. Randy Howell. Randy Howell, who else? And if you haven't read The Best Loser Wins, go read it. They have like breakdowns on YouTube. The Best Loser Wins. Even Randy Howell says you have to learn how to become an excellent loser. And I had that down packed last year. One loss, done. Move on to the next account. One loss, done. Move on to the next account. One loss, done. Move on to the next account. One win, cool. Leave that alone. Move on to the next account. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. This is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a sprint. I can tell you that from firsthand experience. This is not a sprint. If you think you're just going to get in here and do what Jade Cap just did, sorry to bust your bubble, but this is a process. This takes a lot of self-work too. Like, you have to learn about yourself, learn about your tendencies around money, all of that. You have to unlearn and relearn. Yeah. It takes time. You just have to accept that it takes time. Social media will have you thinking you can become a millionaire next month. This takes time. It takes time, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Paris Burns in the chat. What's going on, Paris? Shout out to Miss Burns in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Live Record says, yo, I'm telling you, when you blow an account on a Friday, it's the worst. That's a fact. It hurts, man. Live Record says, oh, you're having the worst weekend. I don't speak to no one till Monday. Same here. I'm like, leave me alone, man. No, I'm not feeling it right now. Leave me alone. Same here. I go into my cave and sit there and think about what the heck I just did. Shout out to Trader Goated. My stop for shorts ended up being on VWAP. Oh man, for real? Yeah, VWAP is a pivotal point on that chart. Trader Goated said I had it. It had to go up there and stop me out. Trader Goated said it is what it is. Next trade is here, always there. Absolutely. You guys hear what Trader Goated just, or you guys see what Trader Goated just typed? There's always another trade coming. There's always another trade coming, especially with futures. You can trade 1,000 times a day. Take your gains and move on, man. Take your gains and move on. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button. Rate decision is coming in hot. 25 minutes. Powell's on the way. Within an hour, Powell will be on the mic yapping. Shout out to Paris Burns in the building. Mooner Mars, what's the word? Mooner Mars is in the building. Mooner Mars says we are waiting on Romy Rome. That's what me, Mooner Mars, and James Rosebar called Mr. Powell. Romy Rome. Mr. Romy Rome. Shout out to Paris Burns. Paris Burns says, how's your trading day going? It's good. I attacked early. Grabbed some gains on that drop at 10:30, and I'm done for the day. I'm not touching nothing. I'm trading my practice account on Topstep. And yeah, I kind of oversized more than I wanted to for my Apex. I didn't oversize. I think I was being too aggressive. Usually during inside day, I try not to be super aggressive, but at the open, I was super aggressive. Played the pre-market low levels on SPY and QQQ on NQ and got some good pushes back up. Basically, I played the gap between the open and the VWAP. So all the way up, I would add snipe, add snipe, add snipe. So yeah, 745. Yeah, set like $700 on both funded accounts. So good day, man. I'll take it. So we got a couple of funded accounts going. I have 12 on the side that need to be activated. I might activate like 2 or 3 today, hopefully, and then activate another 2 or 3 tomorrow. I'm activating them in waves. Shout out to Paris Burns. Paris Burns says, nice, same. Yep. I attacked that open. Yeah, I did too much. I was like, I have to understand that this is inside day. Inside day will chop you up in a heartbeat. So, yeah, I did a little too much, but ended up green. And I was like, okay, I got to stop. Let me leave this alone and not overdo it. Even now, even being up 700 on the accounts, I'm like itching to get back in because I see some plays. That VWAP rejection was clean. I would have been in. I would have been in. The reclaim of yesterday's close, I would have been in. Now we're retesting it. Look at the VWAP rejection, guys. If you don't believe VWAP, look at your screen right now. If you don't believe VWAP, look at your screen right now. Not a game. Every time we get to this level, man, it's not a game. Somebody has to make a decision. And so far, the Bears are making the decision to keep things to the downside. If you don't believe VWAP, look at your screen. It's a nice entry. for my strategy, it's a nice entry. Paris Burns says caught the open and the tail end of the drop. Nice. Caught gold as well. Nice. Gold has been on a ripping and running. Shout out to Paris Burns. Paris Burns said, did you just say funded? Yeah. 700. I copy traded a couple funded accounts this morning. Shout out to Paris Burns. Paris Burns says, okay, we got activated funded accounts in mode. Yep. Look, I'm coming back. I'm not playing any games. I took full advantage of the 90% sale. I was like, I'm not playing any games. We're getting back to 20 accounts by all means before the end of May. That's the goal. Bozy said I got my one trade and I'm out. That's it. Simple went for simple 1-to-1. Yep. And yo, that's another thing I was talking to somebody about. Some people are like trying to go for 1-to-10, 1-to-5, 1-to-20. I'm like, yo, you better take your gains and run. I'll take my little 1 to 1.5, my 1 to 1 or 1-to-1s, 1 to 1.5s, 1 to 2s. I'm in and I'm out. And I just let it build up. That's the game. Especially if you got trailing drawdown, take your gains and run. This is not your personal account. This is a funded account for a prop firm. You better play the game. Play the game, my friends. I'm trying to get back to these 20 accounts like I had last year. I need to get back there, and we're going to get the payout train rolling again. First quarter this year, I wasn't on point. I was definitely over trading, forcing plays. But yeah, I've reeled it back in. So we're back on point now. Trade and stop. For real, give it what you got. You got to stop, go up and stop. Go up and stop. If you take a small loss, keep it manageable and move on. You are not your mistakes. You are not your losses. It's the market, ladies and gentlemen. Even if you have everything on point, all your confluences are all lined up, perfect, you're with the trend, you're at a order block, FEG, everything's clean. One news candle can implode everything. So it's not you. If you took the L, it wasn't you, man. It's the market. That's how the market rolls, man. This is a probability type of situation. You could win 10 in a row. You could also lose 10 in a row. And everything lined up and everything was perfect. That's the game. But if you have an edge over a large subset of trades, you will end up green. But you need that subset of trades, correct? So you need to keep going. So if you take a L, don't take it personally. The market doesn't care what you think. That's one thing I had to learn too. If you try to fight this market, it will humble you. This market is a machine. If it takes your gains out of nowhere, put you in the red, it does not care about how you think or what you feel about that one trade. You have to keep going. You must keep going. If you took an L, go back and look at what happened. It could have still been a good trade if everything lined up, even if it was a L. Did you chase? Did you follow your rules? If you followed all your rules and you got in where you were supposed to get in and you still took an L, it was still a good trade. Now, if you revenge trade and you just start clicking the buy button, with no confluences, no gaps, no levels, then yeah, that's on you. But you just have to learn from it and move on. There will always be another trade. Don't focus too much on one trade. There are thousands of trades to go, ladies and gentlemen. Trust the process. Do not rush the process. When I'm on here, I'm talking to myself too, man. Sometimes I want to rush the process, but that's what I was trying to do all Q1. I was trying to rush the process. I was trying to get back to 20 accounts in like one day, but that didn't work. I had to reel it in, get back on track, go back and see what I was doing wrong, and tweak it, man. Tweak, refine, until if you figure yourself out in these markets. Refine. Make sure your edge is working. If your edge is working, let it play out. Back test it over a quarter or two and see if it's working. Make little adjustments here and there where you see fit. Then by the time you know it, you'll have a system that you need to abide by. Don't stray from the system. Try to stick with the system. ES is back to its 50% retracement of yesterday. Fed decisions coming in hot. NQ is back to its close from yesterday. Dang, we called it, didn't we? We said double top on SPY, double top on ES, same thing. Now, if FOMC comes in hot, and these bears start tanking, day lows are on the radar. Because the volatility is coming. So either we fly to the downside or fly to the upside. Day highs and day lows are on the radar. Straight across the board. Shout out to Paris Burns. Paris Burns says, okay, we got activated funded accounts in mode. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. Paris Burns says, I believe you. Happy for you. I appreciate it. We got to make these, look, we got to get back to these payouts, man. It's been a slow grind this year, but I got to get back on it. Got to get back on it. Bozy said a trade a day keeps the 9 to 5 away. Simple 1 to 2s. Let's go. Yeah, man. Don't believe the hype. People going for 1 to 10 RR, 1 to 20 RR. I guess you can, but me, I like to scalp and limit my market exposure. Give me the money and I'm out. I'll see you tomorrow. Shout out to Mooner Mars. Mooner Mars says just depends on the win rate of the system. Some people profitable with 25% win rate. That's another fact. So that's the inverse of what I just said, right? So if you are going for those bigger targets, make sure it makes sense. Do it on Topstep. Don't do that on Apex. Because if Apex comes back against you, you'll eat into your drawdown, right? But yeah, if you have a 25% win rate, if you go for bigger targets and you keep your losses small, then you're still profitable. So you just have to weigh the scale. For me, basically I'm batting at like 61%. So I know roughly around that area, I'm like between 50 and 60%. So I know the edge is there. So I know regardless if I'm doing and that percentage is there based on my 1 to 2s, 1 to 1s, and break evens. If I look over all of my my accounts, roughly 60%, sometimes 70 on some accounts, but yeah. So my targets are working, so I just gotta like keep going, man, and work the probability. But yeah, like Moon or Mars says, if you're going for bigger targets, it does cancel itself. They kind of cancel themselves out. It cancels the losses out if you're going for bigger targets, 1 to 10, 1 to 20. And you can have a smaller win rate. But the key in this game is to get your win rate up. Keep refining until your win rate is up, and then you won't have to wait around for those huge moves, especially in this market. This market, we're back and forth. You don't know what's going to happen. Shout out to Moon Mars. Moon Mars says lower win rate, higher risk to reward has to be. Yep. Yeah. Dan Rick says God forgives, the market does not. That's a fact. You can feel a certain type of way. I'm going to revenge trade today. Man, look. The market will not forgive you for that. That's a fact. Dan Rick says God forgives, the market does not. That is a fact. The market does not care what you think. The market does not care if you took a small L, a large L. It does not care. So if you keep trading, that is a decision that you have made to challenge this super beast that is the market. Mooner Mars says, my prediction, we sweep lows and then run higher. Ooh, we gonna see. Powell coming in hot. Oh man, Fed decision in 10 minutes. Yo, where is the time going? The time is flying. Maybe because I started a little later. That's what it feels like. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, guys. It's free of charge. We're just sitting here waiting for the Fed decision, the rate decision, and then waiting on Mr. Powell. Roam me, roam. Moon or Mars. We're waiting on roam me, roam. Where's James Rosebar at, man? Romy Rome is about to get on the mic, ladies and gentlemen. Great decision. About to chime in on the Discorder. Bum, bum, bum. This is going to be interesting. Romy Rome is about to get on the mic. Great decision in 10 minutes. All right, man. Let's see what Romy Rome has to say. Great decision in 10 minutes. Ooh. Oh yeah, save him, right? Add friend. Program was nice and ain't a deal. Have to add you. Become friend. Can I just send him? I can't send a message. Did I just send that? I hope that went. Your message could not be. This is usually because don't share. Oh. Or the recipient is only accepting direct message from a friend. You can see the full. Okay, maybe it's I don't know. Great decision coming in hot. Romy Rome time. It's Romy Rome. Romy Rome. Romy Rome, yeah. Romy Rome. Trade and stop. For real. Give me what you got. You got to stop trading when you're ahead. Whoa, we are cracking. Whoa. What was that? What just happened? Ooh wee, here we go. Powell is coming. Let's go. It's game time. It is game time. What just happened? Yo, we just fell off. Yo, Moon or Mars, we got your drop. Moon or Mars says my prediction: we sweep lows and then run higher. Dun dun dun. We already at lows. We're getting there. coming in hot. Wow, here we go, guys. Dun dun dun. We are now back at the bottom of the after hours news candle of Basent talking to China officials. It's crazy that we got back to the bottom of that candle. That's insane. So, quote unquote, overnight lows, we are right here. Rate decision coming in hot. Hold on to your boots. Less than 5 minutes. Hold on to your boots. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorn ready. Power will be on the mic in 30 minutes. Good times. This should be fun. This is going to be fun. Let's go. Hold on to your boots. Hold on to your boots. Trader Goated said, I think it's going to break out all-time highs. Oh, man, Trader Goated, he wants the highs. Let's go, NQ. Come on. My boy, you know it's going to sell after I said that. Shout out to Trader Goated. Trader Goated said, sweeper. Whoa, here we go. Lows are they are on the radar. If you don't believe the VWAP, look at the drops that we've had all night off of that VWAP. The VWAP is the dotted yellow line where I have the circles. Look at this. One drop, retest. One drop, second drop, retest. Third drop. Now we'll see what happens. Double bottom or double top clean on SPY. Super clean. We turned around right at the upper level of the golden zone gap at 561.74. ES matched the energy back to the downside. Confluences. Here it comes. We got less than 2 minutes, guys. Trader Coded. Paris Burns says VWAP wins again. Yes, ma'am. Shout out to Paris Burns. Paris Burns says, I love trading. This has been a good day, or not because of P&L, but because of the trade execution and trade management. Absolutely. That's what you call process. Paris Burns, very proud. That's what I'm talking about. I'm proud of you. Stick to the process, ladies and gentlemen. If you stick to the process, the profits will come. Fed rate decision coming in hot. I need price action is about to go crazy. So make sure if you're going to get in here, be safe. Trade lightly. Do you see the spread? The spread looks crazy. I got my practice account on Topstep. Let's see what happens. This should be fun. This is a practice account, ladies and gentlemen. We are not doing anything crazy. Let's see what happens. It's just funner on this one because the P&L is going back and forth. Shout out to Paris Burns. Stick to the process and you will see the profits. Stick to the profits. Stick to the process. Don't focus on the gains. Focus on the process. Focus on the performance. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. It's going to be fun. Which way are we going? Which way? Whoa. This is insane. Price action going crazy, guys. Fed rate decision. I need to go look at the news. Anything fun? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. We're watching the fireworks. Hit the like button. Holy mackerel. Imagine it. Look at the spread. The spread is going crazy right now. All right, let's see. Going to go look up the news. Powell's coming in hot. Ooh, look at that wick. Ooh. Big wick to the upside. Let's see what happens. Can we reclaim VWAP all of a sudden? Now, if you want a VWAP break, this is the type of news that'll do it. This is the type of news that'll do it. All right, let's see. FOMC. Dun dun dun. It's going down. Has anything been released yet? Usually don't they just maybe not. Check this out. President Trump has just begun a press conference on tariffs and trade 5 minutes before the Fed decision is said to be announced. Yo, you can't make this up. Over the last month, President Trump has been calling for Fed Chair Powell to cut rates and looked for ways to fire him. Is this a coincidence? Yo, everything's planned. Stay woke, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump says he's not willing to pull back on the 145% tariffs on China. Dang. That was 7 minutes ago. All right. Well, Google's still tanking? Dang. Google extends losses over 9% on the day as Apple explores AI search in its browser. Wow. Not a single green candlestick, 10-minute green candlestick in 2 hours. Wow. Dang, Google. Big drop. All right, we're flipping all over the place. That's funny. 5 minutes before the Fed decision. So Trump and Powell are about to be on the mic. This is insane. Shout out to Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam says no change. Munar Mars says watching the 1 second chart. Let's switch to it real quick. Hold on, I'm about to go to the 1 second chart. You guys want to see chaos? This is chaos. I think I got the 15 second. Let me do the 1 second. If you want to see chaos, this is chaos. Seconds, 1 second. Ooh, boy. Could you guys trade this? Look at the VWAP on this thing. I don't even think it holds any weight on this thing. It just gets sliced through. That looks insane. That looks insane. Yo, Trump and Powell, they just need to get in the ring and duke it out. Trader Goated said 3 rate cuts for the year planned, not good. Look at this 1 second chart. Insanity. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. I wanted to go up high. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Bald Eagle Trader, what do you trade and how long have you been trading? Are you the one that just got in the Discord? Paris Burns says, paper it is. Yep. I'm not touching my funded accounts. We're not doing this. Do you know how many accounts I've blown on FOMC? I've blown many. Let me be the first to tell you I have blown many. Trying to play the direction, man. I used to mess up a lot of money, man. Messing with SPX during FOMC. SPX options. Ask Munar Mars. He'll tell you. Ooh, what kind of gap up was that? Yeah, this 1 second chart is giving me a headache. I gotta go somewhere else. I need to go. Let's go to the 5 minute. It's giving me a headache, man. All right. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, VWAP clean. VWAP clean. Let's see if we get to lows. Overnight lows are on the radar, ladies and gentlemen. Powell's coming in hot, less than 30 minutes. Hold on to your boots. The Great Dane has entered the building. Shout out to Great Dane from Denmark. What's going on? Shout out to Great Dane. Great Dane says, what's up, Infinity? Best of luck from your boy in Denmark. Absolutely, I appreciate it. No trades for me today. Yet another crazy day. Yeah, it's been wild. Hey, man, sometimes the best trade is no trade. That's a fact. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. Shout out to Great Dane from Denmark, all the way from Denmark. Salute. Wild price action, man. Clean off the VWAP. Super clean. Ooh, fresh day low. Fresh. Oh, wow. Fresh, fresh. We just cracked overnight lows. We are headed to the downside, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Do we hit? What's the gap? Okay, now we got to watch the gaps, right? Yesterday's low is 19,739, coming in hot. Below that, we have 19,713.50. That's the middle of a daily FEG. If we crack that, we have a long way down, if I'm looking at this correctly. Ooh. Ooh. Below 19,700, we have space to 19,554. I don't have anything in the way. No, I don't have any levels below that. Here we go. Whoa. 700 coming in hot. Ladies and gentlemen. Below 713, we got space to 19,554 on NQ. Powell, we need you. Monthly candles are red. NQ is below yesterday's low. ES bounced off of yesterday's low. Let's see if the bulls hold. They better do something quick. That's a daily FEG at 19,713. Powell is warming up, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your boots. Jeez Louise. Trader Goda said rates unchanged for now. Market is about to price in a recession. Woo! Oh, man. All right, well, get your puts ready. We're going short. Winter Mars says, well, we swept the lows. Yep, absolutely. We ran the lows. Ran them. Let's see if we run higher next. We'll see. Powell could Powell could pop us up. Ooh, 5,600 is on the radar for ES, looking to break. Below 5,600, we got space to 55.88. This is crazy. We're to the downside. Let's say you ran the last VWAP reject and you held on. You're in the money right now. You're cooking. Here we go. Yo, they're about to fill this gap. They're about to fill this gap. 19,700 breached. We have space to 19,554. That's what I have on my chart. On QQQ, we got space to 475.82. On SPY, we have space to 554.18. This is crazy. We just dropped like 200 points. FOMC is not disappointing. Good times. Big drop. Sheesh. Okay, let's see. We are bouncing around the midpoint of this daily FEG. 19,713 is key level. If we can't hold that and we continue lower, the only thing I have is a fib level is at 19,554. Below that, let's see what we got. This is the advantage of marking your levels every night. Mark your levels every night, ladies and gentlemen. It helps you. It helps you intraday. Wow, Dow fell from the face of Dow fell from highs hard. Jeez. Wow. Below that, below 19,554, I don't have anything in the middle of that range until I think that's one of the news gaps from a week or two ago. That's why there's nothing in between. It's a candle. I gotta look left. What's going on? Hold on. below 19,554. I got space to 19,270, 257. That's crazy. I think we're filling it a one of the news candles from the past week. Yeah, this was the news candle. When was this? This was, we are into the range of the candle from the end. Yeah. So we're looking at, go back and look at the 4 hour candle from the 4 hour or the 1 hour candles from April 30th. That was to end the month, right? That was the last day of the month. So we're within that candle right now. So we'll see if anybody pops up. So we got a big 4 hour FEG right here. Do I have it drawn out? I do have it drawn out. Wow. I just haven't drawn the fibs on it. God dang it. Let me draw the fibs. Hold on. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Bald Eagle Trader, how long have you been trading and what do you trade? All right, let me see if I can draw this thing real quick, if it'll give it to me. Yep, okay. Insane. Drop action. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's free of charge. Hope you guys are doing well. It's FOMC day. So far, plenty of action. It is not disappointing. Big drop. All right, so let's see how far we are from the midpoint. We're right there. Dang. So yeah. So below this level, below this level, we do have that midpoint. So that's like 19,670, maybe. What's the level? Sometimes it won't give it to me. I can't move around on this chart for some reason. But yeah, it's like roughly, let's call it 19,660. After that, then we got space down. We'll see if that can hold. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to all the new subs. Shout out to everybody hopping on the infinity train. Hop on, man. The train is moving, ladies and gentlemen. Winter Mars said, let's see what if we run higher next. Trader Goated said, Powell is about to spit some facts. Yep. Trader Goated, you are correct. Powell is coming straight for the Trumpster. He said, you wanted to fire me? And you just posted this all over the Twitter verses, and it's messed up, man. He's going to be like, we have nothing to do with that guy. We are a separate entity. 19,700 is doing its best to hold. Big drop, though. Dang. I was tempted to get one mini. I was like, no, one micro. I was like, nope. Let's be disciplined. Let's be disciplined. Let's be disciplined. Oh, man. Let's see what happens. All right, Powell's coming in hot. 15 minutes. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We're watching the price action. FOMC price action live in full effect. It's going down. Let's see what happens. All right, man. All right. Fed Pal is coming in hot. I'm gonna listen to it on YouTube. Mr. Powell. Wow. Yep, we're continuing to the downside. Insane. 19700 has been breached. We are headed down to the midpoint of this huge FEG from 4-hour FEG from April 30th. We'll see if she can hold. If she can't hold, then we're headed to the lows of that day. Wow. NQ, everybody's back inside month. Everything, ES, NQ, SPY, QQQ, we have dropped back into April's range. Dun dun dun. All right, man. Let's see. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have any new? There it is. FOMC live at 2:30. Fed vote. Da 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 da. The committee, man. All right, let's see. It's up to Powell. Do we eat up these red candles back to the upside, or does Powell sink us even deeper? Here comes Powell, ladies and gentlemen. Dun dun dun. Let me see if I can get some. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. All right, let's see. 700 is trying to hold. The midpoint of that daily FEG on NQ is 19,713.50. So that'll be interesting if this level holds. The daily FEG is powerful. Nice push back up. Let's see. Volatile afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Powell's going to speak for like 30 minutes to an hour. Then we got MOC. Plenty of volatility incoming in the next hour and a half. Nice pop back up. We're both ES and NQ are back inside day. We'll see what happens. Dun dun dun. 4 hours look no good, not good at all. We're headed back to the downside. If they really want to press us, we can get to the lows of, that's the next swing low. If you look on the 4-hour chart, the next swing low that we have to sweep is the one from April 30th. And the bottom of that is 19,100. I hope we don't drop that low. Hopefully not. We have some pit stops between now and then, but we'll see. And it's Wednesday. Tomorrow and Friday are going to be interesting. CPI is coming in hot on next Tuesday. Ay, ay, ay. Back and forth, back and forth. Nvidia's holding the line. Come on, man. Hold the line, Nvidia. Nvidia earnings are at the end of the month. Nvidia earnings coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen. Where's VIX? VIX is at 25. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're new here, welcome to the Infinity Show. If you are returning, welcome back. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. If you're new here, say something. How long have you been trading and what do you trade? Yo, Bald Eagle Trader, where you at? Let us know how long you've been trading and what you trade. Bald Eagle Trader is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. So what do we have? We've got Fed leaves rates unchanged for third straight meeting. Fed says inflation remains somewhat elevated. Dun dun dun. Uncertainty about outlook has increased further. Oh man. Risks of higher unemployment and inflation have risen. Dun dun dun. Fed is attentive to risks to both sides of their mandate. Fed appears to see higher risk of stagflation ahead. Oh boy. Hold on to your boots. Hold on to your boots, man. Got the lime water, rocking and rolling. All right, let's see what happens. The best loser wins. If you haven't read it, read it. Go find the you can even look for the book summary on YouTube. The best loser wins. Trust the process, don't rush the process, ladies and gentlemen. Discipline equals freedom. Consistency over home runs. The small bits add up, accumulate. Base hits win the game, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. I've been trading for 2 years now. I only trade NQ. Oh, NG? Do you mean NQ? Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. All right, cool. I'll bump you up. Hold on. All right, copy and paste that into the Discord. I'm about to bump you up. Hold on. Bald Eagle Trader in the building. Nice. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. What props do you trade? Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Oh, Powell's coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen. Powell is coming in hot. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader in the building. Nice pop off that 700 level. We'll see if it can hold. Mr. Powell's coming in hot. He's coming in hot. Less than 3 minutes. Let's see what Mr. Powell has to say. It's about to get volatile again, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your bootstraps. Nah, oh my god. Let me see. All right, nice push back up. We'll see what happens. ES and NQ are back inside day. We are inside yesterday's range. We will see if we test the lows again. It depends on Mr. Powellton. Powellton. Romy Rome. Dang it. Ooh. Nice. Bald Eagle Trader has an army. Let's go. Bald Eagle Trader said, I'm trading with Apex, Buellnox, Phidias, and Tradeify. Oh yeah, nice. I know some people that trade the, is it Phidias? Phidias? Here we go. It's time. Shout out to Supreme. It's coming in hot. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that? Oh my gosh. Oh man. All right, let's see. I gotta post the link. Where is the link for Mr. Powellton? Powellton. Romy Rome is about to hop on the mic. Let's see where he let's see. I gotta go to the X. Or let's do YouTube. YouTube. Mr. Powell. Al Jazeera. Maybe I can what's the best one to watch? Maybe AP. Oh, here he comes. He comes around the corner. There he is. He's coming around the corner. He turns that corner quick, doesn't he? He turns that corner quick. Not a game. Here he comes. Live. All right, let me see if I can maybe. Hold on one second.
rate unchanged. The risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation appear to have risen, and we believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments.
For more on the Fed decision, we're joined now by Bloomberg.
After briefly reviewing economic developments. Pardon me. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports, but the likelihood of businesses early reports ahead of potential tariffs.
Whoa. Okay, trying to figure this out. Romy Rome. Shout out to Moona Mars. Moona Mars says, Stream Pal. I'm trying to get it onto the. You should be able to hear it, but for some reason it's not coming through. Okay. That's desktop. Maybe if I do. Maybe if I'll just put it. Woo. Big pop. Let's see what happens. Bald Eagle Trader said, let's go high.
Overall, a wide set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run.
Big push.
Total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Survey respondents, including consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters, point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of the balance sheet. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. The tariff increases announced so far have been significantly larger than anticipated. All of these policies are still evolving, however, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As economic conditions evolve, we'll continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the outlook, and the balance of risks. If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we'll balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on inflation dynamics and the implications for our monetary policy strategy. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference next week. Throughout this process, we're open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation
nice push.
sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Be right back, guys.
Steve Leisman, CNBC.
Big push for the Bulls.
Thanks for taking my question. A lot has happened since the last meeting. There have been tariffs put on, tariffs taken off, and even though there's a bill advancing in Congress, and I just wonder if I could press you on the last part of your statement. Are you any closer now to deciding which side of the mandate is going to need urgent care first?
Well, so as we noted in our statement, post-meeting statement, we've judged that the risks to higher employment and higher inflation have both risen. And this, by the way, of course, is compared to March. So that's what we can say. I don't think we can say, which way this will shake out. I think there's a great deal of uncertainty about, for example, where tariff policies are going to settle out. And also, when they do settle out, what will be the implications for the economy, for growth, and for employment? I think it's too early to know that. So, ultimately, we think our policy rate is in a good place to stay as we await further clarity on tariffs and ultimately their implications for the economy.
Hearing you describe what you're looking for in terms of being able to make a decision, it sounded like that's a long-term process before you sound like you're going to be comfortable, or the committee would be comfortable to act on what the data is telling you.
I don't think we know. I think, if you look where we are today. We have an economy that, if you look through, the sort of distortions in Q1 GDP, you've still got an economy that looks like it's growing at a solid pace. The labor market appears to be solid. Inflation is running just a bit above 2%. So it's an economy that's been resilient and is in good shape. And our policy is sort of modestly or moderately restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was last fall. And so we think that leaves us in a good place to wait and see. We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient. We're going to be watching the data. The data may move quickly or slowly, but we do think we're in a good position where we are to let things evolve and become clearer in terms of what should be the monetary policy response.
Chuck Powell, there's naturally a lot of around 2021 with the stocks. There are some who argue that the current situation has notable differences. Energy costs are down. Housing imbalances look nothing like they did 4 years ago. Labor demand appears to be gradually cooling with wage growth running below 4%. What do you see right now that could nourish higher inflation beyond a rise in goods prices this year?
I think the underlying inflation picture is good. It's what you see, which is inflation now running a bit above 2%. And we've had basically decent readings in housing services and non-housing services, which is a big part of it. So that part, I think, is moving along well. But there's just so much that we don't know. I think, and we're in a good position to wait and see, is the thing. We don't have to be in a hurry. The economy has been resilient and is doing fairly well. Our policy is well positioned. The costs of waiting to see further are fairly low, we think. So that's what we're doing. And we'll see the administration is entering into negotiations with many countries over tariffs. We'll know more with each week and month that goes by where tariffs are going to land, and we'll know what the effects will be when we start to see those things. So we think we'll be learning. I can't tell you how long it will take, but for now it does seem like it's a fairly clear decision for us to wait and see and watch.
So when you say that you don't need to be in a hurry, does that mean that could the outlook change in such a way that a change in your stance could be warranted as soon as your next meeting?
As I said, we are comfortable with our policy stance. We think we're in the right place to wait and see how things evolve. We don't feel like we need to be in a hurry. We feel like it's appropriate to be patient. And when things develop, of course, we have a record of we can move quickly when that's appropriate. But we think right now the appropriate thing to do is to wait and see how things evolve. There's so much uncertainty. If you talk to businesses or market participants or forecasters, everyone is just waiting to see how developments play out, and then we'll be able to make a better assessment of what the appropriate path for monetary policy is. So we're not in that place, and as that develops, and I can't really give you a time frame on that.
We're back to VWAP.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. So many economists have been pricing in higher odds of a recession, and several are noting that it is more difficult for the Fed to cut rates preemptively given the higher risks for higher inflation. So given the outlook, do you still see a path for a soft landing, and what does that look like?
Well, let me say, so let's look back and see where we are. So to go through 2024 up to the day, we've had unemployment in the low 4s for more than a year. We've had inflation coming down now in the mid to low 2s. We've had an economy growing at 2.5%. So that is the economy as we see it now. What looks likely, given the scope and scale of the tariffs, is that we will see certainly the risks to higher inflation, higher unemployment have increased. And if that's what we do see, if the tariffs are ultimately put in place at those levels, which we don't know, then we won't see further progress toward our goals. But we might see a delay in that. I think in our thinking we would never do anything but keep achieving those goals. But we would, at least for the next, let's say, year, we would not be making progress toward those goals. Again, if that's the way the tariffs shake out. The thing is, we don't know that. There's so much uncertainty about the scale, scope, timing, and persistence of the tariffs.
Watch that trend line on NQ.
That's that. In terms of preemption, I think you can look back at the 2019 cuts as preemptive. I wouldn't say that what we did last fall was at all preemptive. If anything, it was a little late. But 2019, we did cut 3 times. But the situation was you had a weakening economy and you had inflation at 1.6%. So that's a situation where you can move preemptively. Now we have inflation running above target. It has been above target for 4 years. It's not so far above target now. And we have an expectation, conditional on what happens, that we'll see upward pressure on inflation. If you look at where forecasters are, they're all forecasting an increase in inflation. So it makes it, and then we've also got forecasts of weakening in the economy, and some have recession forecasts. We don't publish a forecast about that. We don't publish a forecast that assesses how likely a recession is. But in any case, it's not a situation where we can be preemptive because we actually don't know what the right response to the data will be until we see more data.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. How much weakness does the committee need to see, though, in the labor market and the economy more broadly to lower interest rates again? Is it about a certain increase in the unemployment rate over a period of time, or perhaps a certain number of negative monthly job reports? I mean, how are you making that assessment?
So first of all, we don't see that yet, right? We have 4.2% unemployment, good participation, wages behaving very well, participation, I mentioned, at a good level. So, with the labor market, we would look at the totality of the data. We'd look at the level of the unemployment rate, we look at the speed with which it's changing. We would look at the whole huge array of labor market data to get a sense of whether conditions are really deteriorating or
Fair
not.
use.
And at the same time, we'd be looking at the other side of the mandate. We could be in a position of having to balance those two things, which is, of course, a difficult balancing judgment that we have to make.
On that point about balancing, I mean, you've mentioned that the committee would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the time it would take to kind of get back to that point. But what does that mean in practice? I mean, how much of that assessment will be rooted in a forecast versus data dependence?
It would be a combination of the two. I mean, let's just say this would be a complicated and challenging judgment that we would have to make. We're not in this situation, but the situation is if the two goals are in tension. So let's say that unemployment is moving up in an uncomfortable way, and so is inflation. Not the situation we're in, hypothetically, but we would look at how far they are from the goals, how far they're expected to be from the goals, what's the expected time to get back to their goals. We look at all those things and make a difficult judgment, and that's in our framework. It's always been in our thinking. You know, we haven't faced that question in a very long time. So, again, difficult judgment to make, and not one that we face today, and we may never face it, but you know, we have to be keeping it in our thinking now.
Thank you, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So we had the CPI report that came out that showed month over month the first decrease in inflation in about 3 years. The jobs report, you said, solid, that we saw. At the same time, we had those new tariffs that we're living under. So given this, should the Federal Reserve be cutting rates at all this year?
Dun, dun, dun.
You know, it's going to depend. I think you have to just take a step back and realize this is why we are where we are. Is we're going to need to see how this evolves. There are cases in which it would be appropriate for us to cut rates this year. There are cases in which it wouldn't, and we just don't know until we know more about how this is going to settle out and what the economic implications are for employment, for inflation. I couldn't confidently say that I know what the appropriate path would be.
So following on that, just so then
Oh
how
my
does
gosh.
President Trump calling on you personally, as well as the
Y'all see how
Federal
that
Reserve to
previous
make
trend line that was
effective
acting as
decisions
support
today in effect
acted as resistance? Look at that.
Doesn't affect our doing our job at all.
The algos are
We're
trading.
always going to do the same thing, which is
Oh
going to
boy.
use our tools
Trader
to
Goated
foster
said,
maximum
yup,
employment
VWAP.
and
Shout out
risk
Paris
stability
Burns.
for the benefit of the American people. We're always going to consider only
Whew.
the economic data, the outlook.
Clean reject
the
on
risks,
ES.
And that's it. That's all we're going
That
to
VWAP
consider.
is
So
a
it
problem.
really doesn't affect either our job or the way we do it.
Yo, Trader Goated, they might want Lowe's.
Hi, Howard Steiner with Reuters. Thanks for the time. I'm wondering, I mean, given the complexity about
Sheesh.
first quarter GDP and what lies ahead, I'm just wondering what your intuition tells you about
We just dropped like
the
100 points.
underlying direction of the economy right now. Many of your colleagues have said they feel growth is slowing. If so,
MOC
you have
in
any
1
sense
hour.
by how much, to what degree the slowdown may be. What does your gut tell you about how things are evolving out there?
My gut tells me that uncertainty about the path of the economy is extremely elevated, and that the downside risks have increased. The risk is, as we pointed out in our statement, the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen, but they haven't materialized yet. They're not really not in the data yet. So that tells me more than by intuition, because I think it's obvious actually that the right thing for us to do is we're in a good place. Our policy's in a very good place, and the right thing to do is await further clarity. And there's usually things clarify, and the appropriate direction becomes clear. That's what usually happens. Right now, it's very hard to say what that would be. In the meantime, the economy is doing fine. Our policy isn't, it's not highly restrictive. It's somewhat restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was in last summer. So we think it's in a good place, and we think the appropriate thing is for us to wait and see and get more clarity about the direction of the economy.
Well, let me press you on this idea of the economy being fine right now, because reading the Beige Book very closely the last time around, there was a lot of negative stuff, negative sentiment that was in there. And I know that everybody's looking at soft data right now. You mentioned it yourself that the sentiment's sour. But the Beige Book was talking about, the beginnings of layoffs in some industries, prices rising in some places, and an awful lot of investment decisions being pushed to the sideline. Doesn't that point to a slowdown?
It may well. It just hasn't shown up yet. We all
Let's go,
look at
Paris
all
Burns.
this sentiment and read
Let's get to
many,
these
many individual
payouts.
comments just to get a better feel.
Trader Goated says poor guidance from the
Businesses
Fed.
and households very broadly are concerned and postponing economic decisions of various kinds. And yes,
They
if
want
that
lows.
continues, and nothing happens to sort of alleviate those concerns, then you would expect that to begin to show up in economic data. It wouldn't maybe show up overnight, but it would show up over weeks and months. And that may be what happens, but it hadn't happened yet. And also there are things that can happen that will change that narrative. I mean, they haven't happened, but it's possible to imagine things that, but in the meantime, yes, we're watching it extremely carefully like everyone is, but don't see really much evidence of it in the actual economic data yet. And by the way, consumers keep spending, credit card spending, it's,
Big debt.
it's still a healthy economy.
Healthy
albeit
economy?
one that is shrouded in some very downbeat sentiment on the part of people and
Credit
businesses.
card debt is at an all-time high.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. The Fed's been criticized recently by a former governor for what he calls mission creep. You take on more problems, use more tools, and then end up building tools to deal with the fallout of those tools, which then makes it a given that you will act more aggressively in the future. Is that a fair critique, and is that something you would be looking at in your framework review?
Sorry, say the critique again.
That the Fed has been involved in mission creep, gets involved in using too many new tools to deal with problems and to go too far. Is that something that the critique was based around the fact that you did QE and QE and QE and went beyond the narrow confines of your mandate?
So, well, I mean, there are a couple. That's not really beyond the confines of our mandate. I would say this: we did things. Essentially, we're on an emergency footing for a couple of years in the pandemic, and it's very fair and very welcome for people to look back over what we did and say, "Hey, you could have done this better and different." And one thing we hear a lot is we could have explained QE a little better. We did think we were explaining it in real time. I completely accept the thought that we could have explained it better. There's a lot of thinking that we went on too long with QE. I can tell you that the reason we did was we were concerned that we didn't want a sharp tightening in financial conditions at a time when we thought the economy was still vulnerable. And so we did hold on for a long time to QE, and we of course tapered and everything. And then we immediately went into QT, and we're down a couple of trillion. But I get
Couple
we
trillion.
certainly, with the benefit of hindsight, could have tapered earlier or faster.
Couple trillion.
That's absolutely right. But this is all very welcome. It's we knew doing this in real time that we weren't going to get it perfect, and those kind of after action kind of looks are essential, and we're doing the same thing in our review. So on some issues.
The other part of that critique is that you've taken on topics that are outside of the mandate, such as climate change and trying to ensure that certain groups are benefited by your economic policies in terms of employment, et cetera.
So, okay, on climate, you've heard me say over and over again that we will not be climate policymakers, and that our role on climate is a very, very narrow one. And I think that's what we've done. We've done really very little on climate. You could say that little bit that we've done was too much, but I wouldn't want to give any impression that we've taken climate and it's something that we're spending a lot of time and energy on. We're not. We have very, very narrow things. We did one guidance for the banks, and then we did a one-time stress analysis, climate stress analysis, and that's it. And we dropped out of the network of the financial system. So we didn't do much on climate, but I do think, and I've said this publicly.
Let's go, Moon or Mars.
I think it's a real danger.
Nice
for
pop
us
back
to
up.
try to take on a mandate like that, which is very narrow application to our work. And the risk is
Back to the trend line.
if you go for things that are really narrow.
ES is back to VWAP. Let's see how it reacts.
And I think that's a very fair question. I do think we've done a whole lot less.
Can the Bulls reclaim? Let's see.
Anyway, that's it.
Whew. Bounce action. All right, guys.
We didn't do that.
Let's see.
What we said was that
Ooh.
we never targeted any unemployment rate for individual racial or demographic groups. So what we said was that maximum employment was a broad and inclusive goal. And I think what we meant by that was we're going to consider the totality of the country as we look at our maximum employment goal. Of course, we were never going to target any individual group with that, but I think some people
Bulls are getting active.
wanted to hear it that way. But that's not at all what we meant.
Bulls are getting active.
But so that's just not a correct reading of our.
Can we reclaim
but,
VWAP?
maybe
ES has
and,
reclaimed.
we have to
It
take
got a
that
hold,
into
though.
consideration.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions today.
Fresh 1 hour
Joe
kind of
from
coming in.
CBS News. You've said wait and see, and the economy is doing fine today, but the impact of tariffs are already showing up at the ports. Businesses big and small are telling us that they feel it, and most importantly, consumers say they feel it, that the challenges are here, and there's no waiting and seeing. For Main Street, what is the breaking point? What would have to happen to prompt a rate cut specifically?
Well, so we really don't see in the data yet big economic effects. We see sentiment. There are concerns that higher prices may be coming or things like that. But so they're worried now about inflation. They're worried about a shock from the tariffs. But they really haven't. That shock hasn't hit yet. Okay, so we're going to be looking at the not just the sentiment data, but also the real economic data as we assess what it is we should do. And remember, there will be two effects. One of them would be weakening economic activity, which translates into higher unemployment, and the other would be potentially higher inflation. Again, to say it again, the timing, the scope, the scale, and the persistence of those effects are very, very uncertain. So it's not at all clear what the appropriate response for monetary policy is at this time. And and by the way, our policy is in a good place, so we think we can wait and move when it is clear what the right thing to do is. Really not at all clear what it is we should do. So people are feeling stress and concern, but unemployment hasn't gone up. Job creation is fine. Wages are in good shape. People are not people are not getting laid off at high levels. Initial claims for unemployment are not increasing, in any kind of impressive way. So the economy itself is still, in solid shape.
Just a quick follow-up. President Trump now says he does not plan to remove you as chair. When you heard that, what did you think?
I don't have anything more for you on that. I've pretty much covered that issue. Thank you.
Rome not playing.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber, Associated Press.
No
Well, I just
games.
wanted to follow up. Earlier, it sounded like you said it was unclear how the Fed, what kind of interest rate decisions you will make later this year. So does that, in March, there was guidance that 2 cuts might happen, 2 cuts were penciled in for this year. Is that now, that guidance from the last press conference, has that been overtaken by events at this point?
We don't do a summary of economic projections at every meeting, as you know. We do it every other meeting, and so this was the meeting when we didn't do it. We don't also kind of poll people, so I really wouldn't want to try to make a specific projection for where we are relative to that. We will, in 6 weeks, we have the June meeting, and you'll have another SEP. I'm not going to hazard a guess here today as to
It's
what
power hour.
Again, what I would say is that we think our policy rate
MOC in 50 minutes.
is well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential developments. That's where we are, and that, depending on the way things play out, that could include rate cuts. It could include us holding where we are. We just are going to need to see, how things play out before we make those decisions.
Great, and just to follow up on that, I mean, when you address the issue of how the Fed would handle both rising unemployment and rising inflation, how are you thinking about the fact that addressing one could exacerbate the other? So a rate cut to reduce unemployment could worsen inflation and vice versa. How do you handle those
Well,
challenges?
you just captured this is the issue with the two goals being in tension. It's a very challenging question. Now, there can be a case in which one goal is very far, one variable is very, very far from its goal, much farther than the other, and if so, you concentrate on that one. And frankly, that was the case. Well, it wasn't a case where they were really in tension, but if you go back to 2022, it was very clear that we needed to focus on inflation. The labor market was also super tight, so it wasn't really a trade-off.
If they reverse this, that would be crazy.
I think you know what our
Another VWAP reject.
document says. It says we'll look at
Oh,
how far
man.
each variable is from its goal.
4-hour
Also
charts,
factor in the
4-hour
time
EMAs are
between
rejecting right now.
So,
On
that's going to be
or no,
potentially
1-hour
a very
EMAs
difficult
are
judgment.
rejecting on
But
ES
the
and
data could
SPY.
break in a way that it's not. I just don't think we know that.
Look at the
Data
1-hour
could
chart.
easily favor one or the other, and right now there's no need to make a choice and
Printing a lot, my friend. Yes. Shout out to Trader Goated. And VWAP is insane.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, Congress is currently debating spending cuts alongside extending the tax cuts. And I know you've talked many times about how the path of the debt is unsustainable. But
Yeah,
given
1-hour
we're also
charts look
talking
like they
right
want to
now about the
reject.
economy
We'll see.
Slowing, potentially even recession. I was just wondering, is there a danger that spending cuts now could slow growth a lot more?
MOC in 50
We
minutes.
don't give Congress fiscal advice. They're going to do. We take what they do as a given, and we put it in our models and in our assessment of the economy. So I wouldn't want to, speculate on that. I mean, I think we do know that the debt is on an unsustainable level.
Shout out to
On a-
Trader
on an
Goated.
unsustainable
Yeah, that's like my
path.
favorite indicator.
Not at an unsustainable level, but an unsustainable path. And it's on Congress to figure out how to get us back on a sustainable path. And it's not up to us to give them advice.
What do you think that they should take macroeconomic conditions into account as they look at this?
I think they don't need my advice and our advice on how to do fiscal policy any more than we need their advice on monetary policy.
Oh, Romy Rome. Romy
Mr.
Rome.
Chairman, Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. In your Jackson Hole comments last year, you said you
Fair
were not looking
use,
for the cooling in
CNBC.
labor market conditions. The unemployment rate then was 4.2%, which is what it is now. Many forecasters now predict a higher jobless rate. How has your tolerance for weakening labor market conditions changed compared to a year ago?
So it was quite a different situation.
That's a
What
fact,
was
Trader
happening,
Goated. It's a line in the
last year
sand.
is that over the space of 6, 8, 7 months, the unemployment rate went up by almost a full percentage point. And it was click, click, click.
You
click,
gotta
click each
respect
month. And
You gotta respect it.
everywhere people were talking about downside risks to the labor market. At the same
That
time,
level is
payroll job
a problem.
numbers were getting softer and softer. So there was a really obvious concern about downside risk to the labor market. And so at Jackson Hole and then in September, we wanted to address that forthrightly. We wanted to show that we were there we've been there for inflation for a couple of years, and we wanted to show also that we were there for the labor market. And it was important that we send that signal. Fortunately, since then, the labor market has really, and the unemployment rate have really been moving sideways at a level that is, well in the
Jeez.
range of
Big battle
most
right now,
domestic
man. Big
maximum
battle.
employment. So that concern.
Bears and Bears. The Bears
has
and the Bulls are
gotten
fighting.
So, you're at 4.2% unemployment. I think we were in a very different situation. Now we have a situation where, the risks to higher inflation and higher unemployment have both gone up, as we noted in our statement, and we've got to monitor both of those. We actually have a potential situation where there may be a trade-off or tension between the two, potentially. We don't have it yet, and we may not have it, but that's what we have, and that's why I think it's a very different situation.
I guess I want to follow up by asking how much of a rise in the jobless rate you could tolerate.
I can't give you I'm not going to try to give you a specific number. I'll just say we have to now be looking at both variables and which of them is demanding. If one of them is demanding our focus more than the other, that would tell us what to do with policy. If they're more or less, equally distant and equally, or not distant, then we don't have to make that assessment.
ES
the
is
assessment is
right at VWAP.
So I'm not going to try to be really
If
specific
ES
about
and
what we
SPY
want to see in terms
lose
of
their
the number,
VWAP,
but
we're headed back
look,
down.
if we did see
We'll
significant deterioration in the labor market, of course that's one of our two variables, and we would look to be able to.
That 1 hour chart
we hope
is
that it wasn't also coming at a time when inflation
acting
was
as resistance.
getting
We'll
very
see.
bad. And again, we're speculating here. We don't know this. We don't know any of these things. It's very hypothetical. We're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out.
Thanks.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. In terms of getting some clarity, we've got some talks at the weekend in Geneva between the US and China. A lot of economists are attaching an awful lot of importance to what we hear from those talks. How much importance are you attaching to them in terms of judging what will happen to the US economy going forward? And just in a similar vein, some economists are saying it's days, not weeks, that we have until we start to put the US economy at risk of seeing the sort of pandemic-era shortages and higher prices if we don't kind of soothe relations between the US and China. So it'd be good to have your view on that too.
So, these are not talks that we're in any way involved in, so I really can't comment directly on them. So, but what I will say is this, we had, coming out of the March meeting, the public generally had an assessment of where tariffs were going, and then April 2 happened, and it was really substantially larger than anticipated in the forecasts that I had seen and in our forecasts. So, and now we have we're in a new phase where it seems to be we're entering a new phase where the administration is beginning talks with a number of our important trading partners, and that has the potential to change the picture materially or not. And so I think it's going to be very important how that shakes out. But we simply have to wait and see how it works out. It certainly could change the picture, and we're mindful of not trying to make conclusive judgments about what will happen at a time when the facts are changing.
Just on the fall in shipping volumes from China over these tensions, I mean, do you share that concern that we could start seeing goods shortages and higher prices in the coming weeks if this isn't resolved very quickly?
I don't want to get we shouldn't be involved even verbally in the questions about the timing of these things. Yes, of course we follow all that data. We see the shipping data, we see all that, but ultimately this is for the administration to do. This is, this is their mandate, not ours. And I know as you can see, they're again beginning to have talks with many nations, and that has the potential to change the picture materially. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Kosuke Takami with Nikkei. Thank you for doing this. The volume of imported goods increased significantly in the first quarter. Do you think that this situation could cause a delay in the impact of tariff on inflation? And does this mean that it will take longer time to reduce uncertainty?
The decision we made today? Which decision?
So the future decision. So the volume of imported goods has increased significantly. So the impact on the imported inflation may delay. So what is the impact to your future decision?
Okay, so I think we think that there was a big spike in imports, right? Very big, historically large, really, and to beat tariffs, and now that should actually reverse, so that it's the difference between it's exports minus imports. So and imports were huge, and so that it conveyed a very negative contribution to U.S. GDP, annualized GDP in the first quarter.
That VWAP brick wall.
So
Golly.
that could, in the second quarter,
Brick wall.
be reversed, so that we have an unusually large contribution to usually positive.
The
That's
bears
very
are
likely
defending
as
crazy.
imports drop sharply. You could also have, very likely you'll have restatements of the first quarter. It'll turn out that consumer spending was higher. It'll turn out that inventories were higher, and so you'll see those data revised up. It may actually go into the third quarter too, and so
There's
I
a
think
wall
this
of
whole
bears
process
along
is
that
going
line.
to
Jeez.
a little bit make it harder to make a clean assessment of U.S. demand. I mentioned private domestic final purchases, which doesn't have inventories, government, or inventories, government. Anyway, it's a cleaner read on private demand, but that too probably was flattered a little bit by by strong demand for imports to beat tariffs. So that might overstate. It's a really good reading, 3% PDFP in the first quarter. That might actually overstate. So it's not really going. I don't think it's going to affect our decisions. I will just say though that it's a little confusing, and it's probably less confusing to us than it would be to the general public as we try to explain this. It's complicated, and GDP is sending a signal, PDFP is sending a signal. It's a little bit confusing, but I think we understand what's going on. It's not really going to change things for us.
Courtney Brown from Axios. I guess, we talked about some of the indications of potential layoffs, price hikes, an economic slowdown, all being evident in the soft data. I'm curious why the Fed needs to wait for that to translate into hard data to, make any type of monetary policy decision, especially if the hard data is not as timely or might be warped by tariff-related effects. Are you worried that the soft data might be some sort of false warning?
No, I mean look at the state of the economy. The labor market is solid, inflation is low. We can afford to be patient as things unfold. There's no real cost to our waiting at this point. Also, the sense of it is we're not sure what the right thing will be. There should be some increase in inflation. There should be some increase in unemployment. Those call for different responses, and so until we know, potentially call for different responses. And so, until we know more, we have the ability to wait and see. And it seems to be a pretty clear decision. Everyone on the committee supported waiting, and so that's why we're waiting.
Just a very quick follow-up. There was this sort of vibe session, if you will, where the sentiments expressed in soft data did not translate into the hard economic data. How are you thinking about that when interpreting some of the signs in the softer survey data?
I think going back a number of years, the link between sentiment data and consumer spending has been weak. It's not been a strong link at all. On the other hand, we haven't had a move of this, speed and size. So it wouldn't be the case that we're looking at this and just completely dismissing it. But it's another reason to wait and see. You're right, though. We had a couple of years during the pandemic where people were saying just very downbeat surveys and going out and spending money. So that can happen, and that may happen to some degree here. We just don't know. This is an outsized change in sentiment, though, and so none of us is looking at this and saying that we're sure one way or the other. We're not.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. So you mentioned earlier that you're monitoring the shipping data.
Big battle, man.
I've seen in the shipping data that imports from China into the Port of Los Angeles have plunged, and that has raised concerns about potential shortages. What tools, if any, does the Fed have to ensure that prices and inflation expectations don't get out of hand if tariffs do cause significant supply chain disruptions?
I mean, we don't have, the kind of tools that are good at dealing with supply chain problems. We don't have that at all. That's a job for the administration and for the private sector more than anything. What we can do with our interest rate tool is we can be more or less supportive of demand, and that'd be a very inefficient way to try to fix supply chain problems. But We don't see the inflation yet. We're of course reading the same stories and watching the same data as everybody else. And you know, right now we see inflation, you know, kind of moving sideways at a fairly low level.
If I could follow up on that, President Trump has indicated that he will likely name a replacement for you when your term as chair expires next year. But your position on the board runs through January 2028, I believe. Would you consider remaining on the Fed board even if you're no longer chair?
So I don't have anything for you on that. My whole focus is on, and my colleagues' focus is all on, you know, trying to navigate this tricky passage we're in right now, trying to make the right decisions. You know, we want to make the best decisions for the people that we serve. That's what we think about day and night, and this is a challenging situation, and that's 100% of our focus right now.
Respect.
Chair Powell, Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Public records of your schedule so far this year show no meetings with President Trump. Past presidents Obama, Bush, and Clinton have all met with Fed chairs, and you met with Trump during his first term. Why haven't you asked for a meeting yet with the president?
Dun dun dun.
I've never asked for a meeting with any president, and I
Dang.
never will. It's not. I wouldn't do that. There's never a reason for me to ask for a meeting. It's always been the other way.
So would you want to meet with him if given the opportunity to get more information?
It's never an initiative that I take. It's always an initiative. I don't think it's up to a Fed chair to seek a meeting with the president, although maybe some have done so. I've never done so, and I can't imagine myself doing that. I think it's always comes the other way. A president wants to meet with you, but that hasn't happened.
And if I could just ask one question on monetary policy. When it is time to cut rates, how will you determine how far down rates will have to come to try to keep a balance on the inflation mandate as employment weakens?
I think once you have a clear direction, you can make a judgment about how fast to move and that kind of thing. So it's really the harder question is the timing, I think, and when will that become clear? And fortunately, as I mentioned, we have our policy in a good place, the economy's in a good place.
Wow.
And it's really appropriate, we think, for us to be patient and wait for things to unfold as we get more clarity about what we should do. Thanks very much.
Wow. It's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. MOC in 30 minutes. Dang, he doesn't get a round of applause, nothing? Dang, that sucks. He just walks off. No round of applause? Man, you better give me a round of applause, man. No round of applause. It was quiet as a mouse when he left. That's crazy. Does that warrant a round of applause? I don't know. All right, guys. MOC in 30 minutes. MOC will deal the final blow. Either we're going to the upside or to the downside. It's one of the two. All right, man. That was fair use. Let me see. All right. Insane. I kind of want to go on my practice account and play with this. Let's go to the practice account. VWAP has been acting as a brick wall on NQ, but the Bulls are trying to hold on. Could they? MOC would pop us back above. That could give us enough momentum to do that. Enough momentum to pop to the upside. But right now, that VWAP has been acting as a real wall. Insane. Dun dun dun. All right, let's see what's going on. Yeah, the Bulls are definitely trying their best to pop above, but the Bears are not playing any games. They're like, look, you're going to have to work for this. Whoa! You're going to have to work for this. Gotta work for it. Reject action, reject action, reject action. The 1 hour chart The 1 hour EMAs are holding things to the downside. Heavy. The 15 and the 5 are choppy. But the 1 hour and the 4 hour are in agreement to the downside. We'll see. Bulls definitely popped things back up though. That was a big bounce from the lows. Bulls definitely popped things back up. That was a big bounce from the lows. Insane. All right, let's see. Look at all those 5-minute wicks. The Bulls are like, we can't leave. We must stay. We must stay and fight. Look at the 5-minute wicks. The last 20 minutes. It's just been like, Bulls do not want to give this level up at all. They're struggling. But the Bears are like wearing them out, man. We got FEGs everywhere now. Ooh. Uh-oh. ES is starting to weaken. Do they hold? Oh, Bulls came back again. Big battle right here, man. They're fighting for position. If we start slipping, day lows are on the radar. If we start slipping hard, day lows are on the radar. But we have MOC coming in hot, so we can go in either direction, man. The Bears are putting on a show on NQ, not a game. Ooh. They're pressing. Here comes some Bears. Yo, if SPY loses pre-market low, dun dun dun. Ooh, here we go. Well, it has to hold though. Here come the Bears. What are the daily charts looking like? Let me see. They're still right there. 5,600 is a key level for ES. And what's the 9 EMA for NQ? She doesn't want to lose that. What level is that? That's 19,705. Key level. So 19,705 is the 9 EMA on NQ's daily chart. So that is a key level. Below that, we got 50 SMA at 19,505. 200-point difference. It might get interesting into the close. We'll see. If the Bears really want to do it, they'll put us somewhere between 700 and 500. That's if they really, really, really press the gas. Wow. DWAP brick wall on NQ, man. Brick wall. Brick wall. Insane. Load up, put your stop above the level, give yourself like 20 points of space, let it rock to the downside. Wow, here we go. We got a long 30 minutes left, and the fact that we're already below 800 is look out below, ladies and gentlemen. Look out below. Oh man. Interesting. Yeah, they want lows. Look at that trend break. 705 is some type of support between 705 and 713. We have the EMAs in the way, so we'll see. ES is about to crack yesterday's close. Below that, we have yesterday's low. We'll see. I'm not messing with this, man. I was tempted to get in. I was like, nope. Let's be disciplined. Let's be disciplined. Not messing with this, man. I was tempted to get in. Let's be disciplined. Insane. Wild price action, man. 200-point campaigns. Romy Roan says the president calling for Fed rate cuts doesn't affect our job at all. Woo! Romy Roan wasn't playing any games. He was like, I don't have anything on that. Mm. 50 minutes of that? Yeah, wow. Bears coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen. Powell is off the mic. Trader Goated said, Trump is about to make the Longs feel very sick. It's chaos, man. Insane, man. They can't the Bulls can't catch a break, man. Insane. Tariff uncertainty. Everybody says the economy is great. Man, I don't know. Just gotta play these shorts, man. Mm-hmm. It's only Wednesday. We might get the full move maybe overnight. But yeah, so far, not looking good. We'll see. Maybe MOC can save us. We'll see. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's free of charge. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Yeah, Bulls do not want 700 to breach. 700 and 600 breach would be oh yeah, not good. Whoa. Trader Goated said, I can't believe Trump thinks tariffs on every country are actually good for the economy. He's shooting from the hip. He is shooting for the hip. He's shooting from the hip. That trend line is breaking. Does it hold? We'll see. The algos are trading the trend lines. All right, we got 15 minutes until MOC. This is going to be interesting. All right, man. Let's get to payout, man. Let's get to payout. Bit by bit. Trade and stop. Got 5 more days. I got to do the math on that too. Let's see. Uh-oh. Yeah, MOC is setting up to be, yeah. MOC is setting up to the downside. $15. We'll see how these candles turn out. We got FEG action right here. Lower time frame. Let's see. They got a 15? Yeah, 15-minute. What about a 1 hour? We got a couple. Oh yeah, we gotta go 15. Uh-oh. Let's draw it in. Now these levels, super key. This is key. $15-minute FEG, then we got 5 down here. This is another one. Yeah, it's only a 5-minute, but hey, it counts. Ooh. All right, Bulls. Trader Goated said we've been here before. 1929 didn't come out good. Oh man. Man. Yeah, this is crazy. Craziness. Nice push back up. Back and forth action, man. Volatility right now. Big volatility. Getting some charting work in. Let's see what happens. Whoa, what just happened? I don't know what this is. What is this? what the heck was that? What was that, ladies and gentlemen? I've never done that. So you got some big FEGs down here. Let's see how they react. You got one right here too. How old is that other 5? Yeah, it's pretty old. I might delete it. Get rid of it. Oh, well, nah, that counts. That's when we jumped from. That's from yesterday. Okay. Hold on one second, guys. All right. Let's see what happens, man. We are cruising into the close. 10 minutes until MOC. MOC will be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Insane price action, back and forth, back and forth. MOC is in less than 10 minutes. That will get it'll be interesting. That's gonna be the close might be fireworks. We'll see. MOC, market on close. The last 10 minutes of the session. Still doing. Yeah, they look wow. Kids. Ooh, oh gosh. I looked up and I just saw all green. What the heck is that? Whoa. What just happened? I don't know who came in to buy, but golly. Now that's what you call a green candle. Jeez. Did you catch that? Oh man. Insane. Now, if you wanted a breach, there you go. All it takes is one candle, man. You better put your stop on. You better put your stop on, man. Golly. Wow. MOC is coming in hot. Wow. 20,000 reclaimed. What in the world? What's happening? Any news? I know that Trump is probably still speaking. Maybe not. Golly. Whoa. Trump to rescind global chip curbs amid AI restrictions debate. Wow. NVIDIA 117, let's go. Moonshot. Boom. See, man, look. This is all calculated, man. Powell was like, all right, Trump, you can go ahead and make this announcement. Go ahead and make the announcement. Wow. Wow, what a rip. What a rip. Insane. Wow. Whew. Moonshot. Insane. He's rescuing, man, insane. Fresh day highs. Insanity. Is it fresh day highs? What was the high overnight? Yo. No, we're not quite there yet, but what a move. Yo, you better put your stop on, man. These moves have been insane, and they come at any time. So it will be in the middle of a candle. News. So don't hesitate to set that stop. No mental stop in this market. You better set your stop as soon as you get in. We just flew maybe 240 points in the blink of an eye. Insane. Trump to Trader Goated. Trump said Trump to rescind global chip curbs amid AI restrictions debate. So he's letting the chips free. Yo, NVIDIA 117. Finally, let's go. Let NVIDIA fly. Let NVIDIA fly. I hope this holds. Any tech news at this point will hold us to the upside. Come on, buddy. Let's go. I'm about to post it in the Discord. Wow. What a move. Right off the FEG. Wow. Wow. Insanity. Any news event can come out at any moment at this point. Please set your stops. Please set your stops, man. We got MOC coming in hot. She could go either way. If she takes us back to the downside, I'll be like, this is rigged. This is rigged. This is rigged. If we get all the way back to lows, this is rigged. MOC better take us to the highs. Yo. Munar Mars says MOC gonna take out the highs. Man, we could get there. Bulls better hold on. 20,000. We gotta. Wow, what a pop. So we're getting the MOC early right now. Trader Goated said, I don't know why he doesn't just remove all the tariffs. Man, I wish. We need to go back to normal, a little bit of normalcy. The markets are walking on eggshells. Yep, trend line retest, yep. Wow, big range right now. I am not touching this thing. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA 117. Whoa. Ooh, MOC coming in hot. Coming in hot. 5 seconds. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, guys. The Bears are coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen. This is insane. If they go for lows, Bulls better hold this. Bulls better hold on, man. This is insane. Crazy price action. I am staying away from this with this 10-foot pole. Hold on one second, guys. Yo. Back and forth. Back and forth. It's a seesaw. Hold on for dear life. Insane. The markets don't know what to do. The markets are glitching. Wow. All right, man. NVIDIA, hold the line. Hold the line, NVIDIA. Insane. Wild price action, man. Trader Go to say at this point, just move up. At this point, back and forth action, man. Insanity. Whew. Wild, 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 wild. Fresh 5 coming in hot. 20 seconds. Whew. This next 5 will decide how we close. Fresh 5. Man, I can only imagine what's going to happen overnight. We could go either way. We could go either way. Ooh. Bulls to close it strong. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Let's keep on going, man. Hold on one second. Wild day, man. Wild day in the market streets. Wild day in the market streets, man. Insane. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Guys, this has been a wild day. Back and forth action. Shout out to Jim. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Jim says, love the channel, first time watching. Up 3,500 off that drop. Nice. Salute to Jim. How long have you been trading and what do you trade? I've been trading since 2016, man. Almost a decade in. Mooner Mars says, wild action, big dump. Trader Goated said, big fake out, man. This is insane. The moves have been crazy. At this point, news can come out at any moment, guys. Please enter with a stop. Please enter with a stop. Because that candle was massive. 200 point rip. 200 plus point rip. From the 820 level. Whew. That was like a 250. Yeah, man. That's insane. 820, 920, 200 point rip, man. That happened in less than a couple of seconds. 240, yeah. 240. Munamar says 240 points in 2 minutes. Please set your stops. There's no room for mental stop in these markets. Bulls are looking to finish to the upside. Nice. At least we didn't fall apart because it could have gotten ugly to the downside. Solid, man. They survived. Man. What a push, man. Insane. 240 points in 2 minutes. Insanity. There goes the bell. Shout out to everybody who tuned in. Shout out to you guys. Trust the process. Do not rush the process. Shout out to everybody who tuned in. Hit the like button. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Overnight, after hours might get crazy, guys. This is going to be interesting. ES and NQ have all of a sudden reclaimed EMA support on 1 hour and 4 hour charts. All of a sudden. All it takes is one news event. All it takes is one news event. Shout out to Elite Traders. Elite Traders says we don't predict, we react. Dang, what a push, man. Trust the process. Do not rush the process. This is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a sprint. Do not rush the process. Payouts require progress. Discipline equals freedom. Base hits win the game. Consistency over home runs. The singles win the game. The singles add up. The base hits add up. Keep hitting the base hits. Eventually the home run comes. Brick by brick. You can't build the entire profit castle with one brick. You have to have multiple bricks to build the profit castle. So build the profit castle. One brick can't create the whole profit house. Shout out to Moon or Mars. Moon or Mars, I'm gonna holler at you. In the Discord. Shout out to Moon or Mars. Shout out to Mr. Jim. Mr. Jim is up 3,500. Jim, what are you trading? Are you trading Apex, Topstep? How long have you been trading, Jim? Shout out to Jim in the chat. Shout out to 123 Protein. Mr. 123 Protein, do you use micros or minis? I use a combination of both, but majority micros. Majority micros. I like to go up with micros and then add to it with minis. But if we get to a really good level that's been holding, I might run a mini, max one. But usually, so all last year it was all minis. I did one mini, two minis with 50Ks. But this year I've kind of like dialed it back. So now I'm doing like 3, 4, or 5 micros at a time. And the thing is, I'm copy trading this year more than I was last year too. So I've had to pull that back. I'm gonna do my best not to run minis while trading multiple funded accounts. I've just seen too many stories, man. You'll get a glitch out of the blue, blow accounts for no reason. I was thinking about trading all 20 at one time, but I was like, nah, let me take my time, group them up. If we have good success with the 5 groups of 4 funded accounts, then we might test it out with maybe a micro or 2 if I trade everything at the same time. But for now, I kind of still want to keep it split. But yeah, last year I blew 14 accounts, 14 funded accounts in 2 days. That was early 2024. After that, I was like, I'm never copy trading again. But this year, I've kind of created a strategy where I can copy trade, but it just has to be way less size. Shout out to Moon or Mars. Shout out to Mr. 123 Protein. Mr. 123 Protein, what are you trading? How long have you been trading? Shout out to Mr. 123. Shout out to Mr. Jim. First week trading on Buellnox 100K account. Nice. That's what's up. I have some Buellnox. This is your first week trading, man. Welcome to the journey. Welcome to the journey. One thing I can tell you, keep on going. Don't get discouraged with losses. It comes with the territory. That's market tuition. Market tuition, man. Shout out to Mr. 123. Oh, brutal. Yeah, copy trading is tough. Yeah. So now when I copy trade is small size, man. 1 or 2 micros. If I'm up, maybe I'll bulk up a little bit. Maybe 5 micros. And if I'm really up, then I might try a mini or 2. But usually I would have to be up like 800 to 1,000 on a 50K. Then I might attempt a mini or 2. But yeah, I like to be up before I run the minis because the minis will chop you down quick. Shout out to Mr. 123. He trades micros NQ. Nice. 3 to 5 micros at a time. Buellnox. Nice. We got some Buellnox folks in the building. Nice. Shout out to Jim and shout out to Mr. 123. Nice, man. If you guys want to hop in the Discord, the link is in the description. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, guys. It's free of charge. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. I try to do these every day, almost every day. At least when I can. for sure. We have made it to the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. FOMC did not disappoint. We went up, we went down, we went down, we went up, man. Insane. Insanity. Wow. So we'll see what happens overnight. We might get some. Do we get some pullback? Do we push to the upside? Only time will tell. We'll see. 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Got fresh 4 hours. Man, the volatility was crazy today. Shout out to Mr. 123. We are in the building. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, trust the process. Do not rush the process. Build the profit castle. You need more than one profit brick to build the entire profit castle. Discipline equals freedom. Consistency over home runs. The base hits win the game, ladies and gentlemen. Singles add up. The singles add up. Keep on going, guys. If you took a loss today, that is market tuition. Don't be hard on yourself. It comes with the territory. Even the best traders lose, take a L. But the key is to keep the losses manageable. If you let the loss get out of hand, the market does not care if you want to keep clicking that button. So you have to have a mental stop. If for your 50K, if you lose 200, if you can have any amount, whatever you're comfortable with. But whatever that amount is, once you hit it, you have to be disciplined enough to stop. I'm still working on that. And I've been trading for almost a decade. But I'm doing better. Doing better every day. So, yeah. It doesn't feel good in the moment, but you'll thank yourself later or the day after, because you can trade tomorrow. If you took a small L today, okay, that's fine. We can trade tomorrow. Keep the train going. But if you keep on trading, keep on revenge trading after you take an L, most of the time it doesn't end up well. It doesn't end up good, man. Hit the like button, guys. It's free of charge. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're new to the stream, welcome to the Infinity Show. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know when I go live. I appreciate the support. I hope you guys are doing well. The subs are growing. Shout out to all the subs, the new subs. Shout out to all the new subscribers. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, man, look, this is a journey. Treat it as such. It's a marathon. This is not a sprint. You're not just going to jump into the funded game and just and become a billionaire in 2 days. It takes time, man. You got to build. And the slower you take it, the more disciplined you are, and the slower you take it, the more payouts you'll receive. The stats for the props is crazy. The people who actually pass evals compared to the people who actually get payouts, it's insane. So don't be a statistic. Actually work on the craft. Like, get better every day. Chart every night. Like, take it seriously. Like, Jade Cap says he treats trading like running a Fortune 500 company, and that's a fact. That's how you should treat it. This is not a casino. If you just jump on here and just click buttons all over the place, and you're just doing things at random, then it's a casino. But guess what? You are on the losing side of the probability of that whole situation. The house always wins. When you walk into a casino, you are at a disadvantage. The average person is at a disadvantage. All casinos have, on every game, they have the probability, they have worked something into the game, or whatever game you're playing, a couple percentage points in their favor. And they know over a subset of whatever, a subset of games, at the end of the day, once they get a big enough sample size, they'll profit. That's what probability is. Make sure you have an edge, and over the long run, you will end up on top. That's why the house always wins. So on every game in that casino, they have an advantage. Sure, here, some people win, of course, but because of that edge, over the long run, that pays for itself. The edge pays for those people who win here and there. It's very interesting. If you haven't read Trading in the Zone, go read Trading in the Zone, and you'll get a clearer explanation of what I just said. When I heard that, I was like, that's how they're just profitable quarter over quarter. They have an advantage. And in this game, you have to create your own advantage. All right, guys, we have reached the end of the trading day. I should be back on here tomorrow. All right, guys, trust the process. Do not rush the process. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Discipline equals freedom. Consistency over home runs. The base hits add up, guys. Base hits win the game. The singles win the game. The more singles you hit, the more base hits you hit, the more likely you'll hit a home run. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Be good to yourselves and be good to others, ladies and gentlemen. Be good to yourselves and be good to others. Shout out to Mr. 123. Shout out to Trader Goated. Shout out to Mr. Jim. Shout out to everybody that chimed in the chat. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the support. Shout out to Mooner Mars. Shout out to Trader Goated. Shout out to, who else was in here? Paris Burns. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Shout out to the Great Dane all the way in Denmark. Shout out to Mr. Sam. Shout out to Trader Goated again. Shout out to Mooner Mars. Shout out to Live Records. Shout out to Bozy. Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Hoodie Mac 214. Shout out to Julian Gonzalez. Julian, you're going to be all right, man, if you're still listening. It's market tuition. You'll be fine. You'll be right back. Take a break if you need to. Come back. You'll be good. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Like, comment, subscribe. I will see you guys tomorrow. Be good to yourselves and be good to others, ladies and gentlemen. Be good to yourselves and do not forget to be good to others. I will see you guys on the flip side, guys. Be safe, be safe, be safe, be safe, be safe. Be safe. All right, peace.